University of Finance, Marketing UFM, a public higher education institution under the Ministry of Finance, is strongly asserting its brand and becoming one of the top universities in the field of economics in Ho Chi Minh City as well as across the country and the region. Following the strategic plan set by the university, its continuous efforts to enhance teaching and learning quality, along with a focus on updating, developing, and providing the best academic programs for students are key elements that contribute to UFM's brand. With nearly 50 years of tradition in formation and development, the University of Finance, Marketing has made significant progress, establishing its position in economic education and providing high-quality human resources across 15 undergraduate fields for master's programs and to doctoral programs. All training programs are designed to meet the output standards in accordance with the regulations of the Vietnam National Qualifications Framework. These advanced, internationally oriented programs are delivered under optimal conditions to ensure and enhance the quality of graduates, making them well adapted to or well prepared to excel in the global workforce. As of today, 100% of UFM's undergraduate and master's programs have been accredited for quality under the Ministry of Education and Training's Circular No. 04. UFM is actively pursuing further excellence, aiming to achieve the prestigious AACSB International Accreditation by 2026. One of UFM's key initiatives has been expanding credit transfer partnerships with prestigious universities worldwide, which have yielded considerable success. The university has established collaborations with renowned institutions such as Concord University USA, University of the West of England UK, Rennes School of Business France, Thomson Rivers University Canada, Victoria University Australia, Beijing Foreign Studies University China, and Help University Malaysia, creating a network that broadens UFM students' educational horizons. In addition, the university has signed training cooperation agreements with reputable and strong institutions such as the Banking Academy, Ho Chi Minh City University of Banking, Saigon University, and Ho Chi Minh City University of Law. Notably, the University of Finance, Marketing has transferred its undergraduate training program to the University of Finance, Accounting, gradually preparing to effectively implement the important policy of the Ministry of Finance regarding the restructuring of affiliated universities. These cooperation programs and credit recognition initiatives have initially been successfully implemented, as evidenced by positive evaluations and the satisfaction of students participating in exchange programs. This demonstrates that the program not only opens up diverse learning opportunities for UFM students, helping them confidently enter the job market, but also affirms the university's position in enhancing collaboration and improving the quality of education. In addition to theoretical classes, UFM students also have the opportunity to experience practical work in the community through hands-on activities. This is one of the standout initiatives that provides significant value to students while they are still in university. Students are able to observe and actively participate in professional tasks, which helps them grasp and deepen their understanding of the knowledge they have learned in real-world applications. This practical experience not only enhances the quality of the university's training, but also connects job market demands with high-quality human resources to support businesses. Dedicated to cultivating well-rounded graduates, UFM frequently hosts seminars and career-oriented workshops that equip students with essential soft skills, including interviewing, resume writing, personal branding, and critical thinking. Alongside the training programs, the University of Finance, Marketing also focuses on investing in its facilities. The campus is equipped with fully functional lecture halls, classrooms, computer labs, teaching equipment, and resources. There is a healthcare unit for student health care, a psychological counseling department for students, and a newly constructed modern library that ranks among the best in Vietnamese universities, designed to meet the highest study and research needs of students and faculty. Guided by the motto creativity, distinction, efficiency, sustainability, UFM is committed to producing high-quality graduates who will drive sustainable growth in the economy. This vision not only fuels UFM's long-term development, but also reflects its dedication to fostering intellectual growth for future generations and creating a premier environment for academic achievement and research. Following the strategic roadmap approved by the University Council and under the guidance of the Party Committee and Board of Directors, UFM is steadfast in building a stable political climate among its staff and faculty, restructuring leadership, and advancing its academic offerings. The university is committed to fostering innovation in management, pedagogy, and assessment, expanding research and entrepreneurship initiatives, broadening international partnerships, and strengthening faculty and management capabilities. In addition to its academic mission, UFM's union is devoted to supporting faculty and staff, fostering a collaborative and nurturing work environment. The Youth Union plays a key role in organizing extracurricular activities, creating opportunities for students to develop professionally and personally. UFM students, known for their dynamic and creative energy and outstanding participants in national and international competitions, highly regarded by employers, is a clear testament to the positive changes at the University of Finance Marketing. UFM's leadership remains united in its mission to advance educational excellence, enhance its leadership capabilities, and fulfill its goals for 2024. As well as the strategic objectives of the 2020 to 2025 Party Congress. Together, UFM's staff, faculty, and students are driven by a profound patriotism, a commitment to national growth, and a spirit of solidarity. They are ready to accompany Vietnam on its path to prosperity, proudly contributing to the nation's progress and advancement in this new era.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event is going to start. We would like to invite all of you to have your seat. Please kindly switch your mobile phone to silent mode. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear professor and colleagues, the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the emergence of new technologies mark a significant advancement in innovation and the development of new business models. In this context, the digital economy is becoming an important trend and compulsory that many countries are applying and developing. For Vietnam, developing the new digital economy represents a tremendous opportunity to bridge the gap with the developed nations. With a population of nearly 100 million, Vietnam is recognized as one of the countries in ASEAN with a relatively high growth rate in the digital economy.
So, how is the development of the economy and business on a digital technology platform progressing in Vietnam and around the world? What is the role of the government management in this evolution? What are the human resource requirements for businesses in the context of digital transformation? How will higher education develop as digital business platform gain momentum? These questions will be discussed and explored in our International Scientific Conference on the theme Business Based on Digital Platform. This conference is organized by the University of Finance and Marketing in collaboration with the University of Finance and Business Administration and the Ho Chi Minh City University of Banking. It will be held both online and offline. Thank you. It is an honor to introduce and welcome the presence of delegates distinguished guests at our table in the University of Finance and Marketing today, as well as our distinguished guests joining us on Microsoft Teams today.
We would like to introduce our distinguished guest, Professor Alex Coate from Waseda University, Tokyo, Japan. Associate Professor Huỳnh Lưu Đức Toàn from School of Business and Management at Queen Mary University of London.
And we are honored to introduce our guests who will be joining us online today. Professor Daniel Basalobra Rolente from University of Castilla-La Mancha, and Professor Matteo Forgia, University of Bari Aldo Moro, Italy.
From University of Finance Marketing, we would like to introduce Associate Professor Dr. Hồ Thủy Tiên, Chairman of the Board of Directors, University of Finance Marketing.
And we would like to introduce Dr. Cao Tấn Huy, Vice Rector of University of Finance and Marketing. And Dr. Nguyễn Trọng Nghĩa, Rector of University of Finance and Business Administration.
Dr. Lê Tuấn Hiệp, Chairman of the Board of Directors, University of Finance, Business Administration.
And Dr. Nguyễn Văn Thích, Associate Dean in charge of the Faculty of Business Administration, Ho Chi Minh City University of Banking.
We would like to introduce our sponsor, business partners, and guests. Mr. Lý Quang Thạch, Deputy Director of Saigon Branch, King Long Bank.
Mrs. Trần Nguyễn Tú Chi from the Strategic Customer Headquarters.
Mr. Đỗ Huy Minh, Head of Factory Tour Department, Community Relations Department, Ajinomoto Vietnam Company.
And Mr. David Nguyễn from Asian Regional Manager, MISA JSC.
Ms. Nguyễn Phạm Vương Thùy, Deputy Head of Health and Education Planning Department, Southern Solution Center, Viettel Enterprise Solution Corporation.
And Mr. Đinh Hữu Nam, the Business Specialist in Health and Education Planning Department. And we welcome all of the representatives from the party committee, the deans of faculty, heads of departments, institutions, researchers, presenters, and lecturers from the University of Finance and Marketing and other universities today.
We would like to introduce and invite to the stage Dr. Cao Tấn Huy, Vice Rector of UFM, to deliver the opening speech.
Please welcome Dr. Cao Tấn Huy on stage.
Dear Keynote Professor Alex Coate, Waseda University. Dear Keynote Assessor Professor Huỳnh Lưu Đức Toàn, Queen Mary University of London. Dear Professor Daniel Basalobra Rolente, University of Castilla-La Mancha. Dear Professor Matteo Forgia, University of Bari Aldo Moro, Italy. Dear Dr. Nguyễn Trọng Nghĩa, Rector of University of Finance and Business Administration. Dear Dr. Lê Tuấn Hiệp, Chairman of Board of Directors, University of Finance, Business Administration. Dear Dr. Nguyễn Văn Thích, Associate Dean in charge of Faculty of Business Administration, Ho Chi Minh City University of Banking. Dear Associate Professor Hồ Thị Tiên, Chairwoman of the Board of Directors, University of Finance and Marketing. Dear delegates and distinguished guests, dear esteemed scientists, experts, and beloved students. The fourth industrial revolution and the emergence of the Internet of Things, IoT, marks significant advancement in data utilization in social life activities, particularly in the field of business and production. Business on digital platforms now understood as virtual space where users can exchange valuable products and services. This digital transformation has substantially challenged traditional business model, giving rise to two primary categories of technology platforms in today's market: exchange platforms and production platforms. Organizations and individuals need to apply and exploit these platforms for their businesses, processes to achieve the highest efficiency. This is the goal that any business person or manager wants to attain. As in the past decade, the business model based on technology platform has developed and achieved increasingly significant business results compared to traditional business. Specifically, globally, major innovation platforms like Microsoft, Oracle, Intel, SAP, and Salesforce are valued at $1.238 trillion US dollars. Meanwhile, integrated platforms combining transaction and innovation like Apple, Google, Facebook, Amazon, Alibaba, and Xiaomi are valued as over $2 trillion US dollars. When the COVID-19 pandemic spread globally and it severely disrupted global supply chains, and most businesses face difficulty in maintaining production. However, the aforementioned technology platform businesses not only survived, but also grew strongly, expanded in scale, and experienced sudden growth. The education sector too were compelled to embrace technology to ensure uninterrupted learning during the pandemic. If an educational institution did not apply technology for training, it could not conduct training without the pandemic period. Furthermore, the resolution of the 13th Congress of the Communist Party of Vietnam states that by 2025, the digital economy will account for 20% of GDP, and by 2030, about 30% of GDP. To achieve this goal, the documents also emphasize the need to improve the business environment, promote innovative startups, develop industry, sectors, and enterprises based on the strong application of science and technology achievement. Especially the fourth industrial revolution focused on perfecting institution, policy, and law in line with market mechanism and international practices to develop the digital economy and digital society. Strong development of information technology infrastructure, building, and developing national, regional, and local data infrastructure in a synchronized, unified manner to lay the foundation for the development of digital economy and society. Thus, researching issues related to institution regulation and law suitable for digital economy, investing how organizations and individuals should invest in technology are of importance at this stage. Understanding how to exploit the technology to serve business in order to compete effectively and achieve high efficiency along with good risk control is very necessary and urgent topic at this stage, which is why the University of Finance and Marketing, in collaboration with University of Finance Business Administration and Ho Chi Minh City University of Banking, jointly organized the International Scientific Seminar on the theme Business on Digital Platforms. The goal of this seminar to analyze and evaluate the existing and emerging technologies on the domestic and international market, and examine strategies that organizations and individuals can adopt to utilize these technologies effectively, even with limited resources. Dear delegates and guests, the scientist seminar has attracted the participation of many scientists from university, academy, research institute, and policy researchers from state management agency, leading economic experts, and domestic and international organizations who are interested. The seminar's organizing committee has received 115 papers from scholars and scientists nationally and internationally, and the committee has selected and edited 81 papers to be published in the seminar proceedings. The papers study technology, technology development, and the application of technology to serve business and enterprises, to serve teaching in the educational institution, and how policy needs to change to respond to the digital economy. The content of the paper contains scientific substance and has profound practical significance, reflecting diversity and a multi-dimensional view in applying technology to serve business. As the chair of the seminar, we kindly request the seminar focus on discussing, analyzing, and clarifying the following issues. 1. Technology platforms and technology development. 2. Economic development and business on digital platforms. 3. Business on various sectors in the digital era. 4. The role of state management in developing the digital economy. 5. Human resource requirement for business on digital platforms. And finally, trends of university education development in the context of the digital economy. The organizing committee of the seminar sincerely thanks the delegates and scientists for their enthusiastic participation and contribution to the success of the seminar. With the view that science and technology are the driving force and play a role in inspiring development of each country in general and university in particular, we see that in the context of the world undergoing many unpredictable changes due to the impact of the prolonged COVID-19 pandemic and the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, the application of technology is an urgent solution at this time. Therefore, the insight and expertise shared here today are invaluable for the survival and the development of organizations in particular, and for the global, regional, and national communities in general. The organizing committee hopes that this seminar will be successful in all aspects. We wish on delegates, researchers, and scientists abundant health, happiness, and success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cao Tấn Huy. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Scientific Conference on the theme Business Based on Digital Platform aims to provide a comprehensive view of the landscape of business on the digital technology platform. Next on our agenda, we would like to warmly welcome Dr. Nguyễn Trọng Nghĩa, Director of the University of Finance Business Administration, and Dr. Nguyễn Văn Thích, Associate Dean in charge of the Faculty of Business Administration from University of Banking, on stage to receive flowers and gifts as a token of our thanks from the University of Finance and Marketing. Please welcome.
We also would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Hồ Thủy Tiên, Chairman of the Board of Directors, University of Finance Marketing, to the stage to present gifts to our co-organizing institution.
Our gifts and flowers are on the way, so they
Now, I would like to invite keynote speaker, Associate Professor Huỳnh Lưu Đức Toàn, to the stage to receive flowers and gifts from the organizing committee of the conference. We also invite Dr. Cao Tấn Huy, Vice Rector of the University of Finance Marketing, to the stage to present gifts to our co-organizing institutions. Please welcome him. Thank you, Dr. Cao Tấn Huy. And we would like to also extend our thanks to keynote speaker, Professor Alex Coate, for joining us online today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the International Scientific Conference theme, Business Based on Digital Platform, is operated in 3 sections. And to our first section, we are honored to introduce the distinguished panel chairing to the plenary section. Dr. Cao Tấn Huy, Vice Rector of the University of Finance and Marketing. Dr. Lê Tuấn Hiệp, the Chairman of Board of Directors, the University of Finance and Business Administration. And Dr. Nguyễn Văn Thích, Associate Dean in charge of the Faculty of Business Administration from Ho Chi Minh City University of Banking. And we would like to welcome our guests for the first panel discussion on stage.
Okay, good morning, all participants in our conference, International Conference BDP 4. So now it's time to the keynote speaker. We present some topics. So firstly, I would like to invite Professor Alex Coate from University of Western. He will present to us the topic model of digital transformation. So that is very interesting topic for our conference today. So good morning, Professor Alex from Ho Chi Minh City. So can you listen?
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Professor Alex?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Can you listen?
Can you hear me?
Okay, so are ready? Yep, please to present the topics.
Okay, my voice is too low.
Okay, thank you. So now I would like to invite you to present the presentation.
Okay, so you
Thank
can hear
you.
me okay now?
Yep, we can listen.
Great, okay. Sorry, yes. Okay, and my slides. So are my slides visible on full screen? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so thank you for the invitation. Thank you to University of Finance Marketing, to UFM, for this invitation. Thank you to Professor Lu Duc Tuan Huynh. It's a pleasure to be here. I will talk about models of digital transformation. So that means I will present 3 particular models that to me stand out as being useful in terms of thinking about the broad phenomenon of digital transformation. So I'll try not to go into too many specific details, but I'll try to give a broad overview of 3 of what I think are the most useful models of digital transformation to give a broad understanding of this very complicated topic that many people have written about, which is called digital transformation. Okay, so let's start by looking at some recent statistics of ICT usage by business populations. So it's a big table here, lots of numbers in it, coming from data from the OECD. So looking at some of the numbers, I've got my, I'm hovering over with my mouse. Let me see if I can highlight. Okay, never mind. So looking at some of these numbers, we can see, for example, persons employed regularly using a computer in their work. It's not actually 100%. It's much lower than that. If we look at large firms with 250 or more employees, then it's about something like 50 to 60%. It depends with the countries, but 50 to 60% of persons use a computer regularly in their work. And that's even lower if we look at small and medium enterprises with 10 or more employees. So it varies a bit by country. If we look at Brazil, for example, it's 40% of persons employed regularly use a computer in their work for large firms with 250 or more employees. We don't have Vietnam here, we do have Japan, we do have Korea, and the numbers are a bit higher. But even today in 2024, it's not as if everyone is using a computer in their work. Looking at the next column, businesses with a website or homepage, it's close to 100%. It's about 90%, 95% in most of these observed countries, although it gets lower when we consider SMEs. Businesses with a website that allow for online ordering or reservation or booking, so e-commerce, there it's already much lower as well, down to between 30 and 40% for many countries. Businesses having performed big data analysis, so it varies a lot across the countries, and some of the indicators are different as well, which is a problem for international comparisons. Nevertheless, about a quarter of firms, a quarter to a half of firms, of large firms, have not engaged in any big data analysis, and that gets much higher as we go and focus on SMEs. Okay, artificial intelligence, of course, is much less common, even among large firms. So a minority of firms, of large firms, have used AI. It's not impossible, it's difficult, but it's becoming easier all the time, so we can expect the number of firms using AI to increase rapidly among firms that are willing to make the investments along that path. And using social media, most firms are digitalized in terms of using social media. About 80 to 90% of large firms in the countries studied, but much fewer for small firms. Okay, so that's the state. That's a bit of background about where we are in 2024. So still a lot of firms haven't yet seemed to have done the basics in terms of having a website, having employees that use computers regularly, or performing big data analysis. Okay, so there has been progress in business IT and business information technology. Step one is digitization. So you have to make sure that the information that is flowing through the firm, that it is in digital format, not just writing down things on paper. But as soon as it becomes digital, then a lot more possibilities arise. Big data was emerging in the late 2000s. Big data is about trying to build the infrastructure to get all the data in one place and to query it. So logically, big data comes after digitization. So there was a lot of hype, a lot of interest in big data, in organizing firms to benefit from big data. But then just having the data itself is not that useful, which led to interest in analytics, which came a bit later on, big data analytics. So not just having the data, but actually counting it, analyzing it, processing it to get some valuable insights. So counting things to answer questions that have business value or product value. So new software makes it more widely affordable and accessible. So not just Microsoft Excel, but things like R or Python or other software types to do some analytics. Then data science as a more sophisticated kind of data analytics that came later on, counting things cleverly, predicting things, and then building models on data. So an important theme is not just explaining what happened in the past, but trying to use your data to make predictions, make prescriptions, try to think about what the data is suggesting that will happen in the near-term future. Then machine learning. Machine learning builds on data science. Machine learning is a way of counting things cleverly and then incorporating feedback loops so that the model can optimize itself, it can learn itself, and it can home in on patterns in the data that might not have been visible to the person setting up the machine learning program. And then the next stage, AI, artificial intelligence, using machine learning and deep learning to enable applications that are built on top of this machine learning stack. So artificial intelligence, building in the insights from data analytics, from machine learning into the decision-making process so that processes can be done automatically based on insights in the data. So artificial intelligence requires machine learning requires analytics, and analytics requires infrastructure. Okay, so I will talk about three models of the digital transformation. The first one is from David Rogers. This is a book from 2016. He's also got a follow-up book in 2023. Both of them are very good. Both of them are classics in the area. So I will start with this 2016 book, the blue one, Digital Transformation Playbook. And this book emphasizes 5 domains of digital transformation. So I'll talk about 3 models. One of them is Rogers 2016, and then the 2 others are Schmarzo 2016 and Yancity and Lakhani 2020. This first one, it's got 5 elements in it, but they're not put into an order. So there are 5 building blocks. They're just mentioned as relevant dimensions, but they're not put into a timeline or a flowchart. Okay, so 5 domains of digital transformation: customers, competition, data, innovation, and value. And I will go through each of these one at a time. So thinking about customers, how things have changed for customers, we are moving from the era of a mass market model shown in the top left, where we have a company broadcasting, pushing out the information, pushing out the products to the customers in a very one-way flow. We're now moving towards a customer network model where the companies interact in many different ways with customers, learning about customer preferences, engaging with customers, engaging in dialogue, using many different digital platforms and social media to interact with customers, and just being much more active, moving away from a traditional unidimensional product push to consumers. So thinking about marketing, the marketing funnel has changed at all of the stages. On the left, we have the old traditional broadcast model where information would be pushed out, products would be pushed out into the marketplace, and then customers were expected to buy these. And we've moved over to the customer network side, which is the digitalized side, the modern side, where we have a different kind of activities. So the marketing funnel starts initially with consumers becoming aware of the product. Then they start to consider it, they develop preferences, they take actions. After the purchase, then they may become loyal, and then they may actually become part of the cult and engage in advocacy, becoming your supporters and seeking to recruit new customers as well. So at all of these stages, in the age of customer networks, there's not just sending out one-way advertisements, but there's getting into contact with customers in terms of search, buzz, blogs, interacting with them, pushing out information to interact with the network. Then being more active in terms of online research and user reviews, engaging in building preferences through presence on YouTube, on social networks, regarding actions, offering things like group discounts, or giving different purchase options online, on the mobile phone, or in store, loyalty, having activities such as friending on social media, and also being much more active in terms of reviews, likes, links, and social buzz to generate more momentum with advocacy. So in various areas on the customer side, digital transformation is changing things. So 5 customer network strategies for the digital age would be that firms are always, they have to be there, always be accessible to the customers, so be faster, be easier, be always on. A second customer network strategy would be become a source of valued content. For example, explain why your product is valuable, set up YouTube videos promoting this new product. Number 3, customize, make your offering adaptable to your customers' needs. So focus specifically on the needs. Are you addressing the needs of customers? Strategy 4, connect, become a part of your customers' conversations. So don't just push out products to the market, but try to engage with customers. And then number 5, collaborate, invite your customers to help build your enterprise. So it's much more of a network strategy rather than just pushing out products and information to customers. So some changes in strategic assumptions of the analog age to the digital age. We're moving from seeing customers as mass markets to seeing customers as a dynamic network, much more interaction. Moving from communications being broadcast one way to consumers to having two-way interactions. The firm is the key influencer in the old model, but now customers are the key influencer, and firms have to be very aware of what customers, what they need and what they are thinking. Marketing to persuade the purchase is needed in the old era, but now it's more about marketing to inspire the purchase, to develop the preferences, and to inspire loyalty and advocacy. One-way value flows in the old commercial age to reciprocal value flows in the new age. Okay, so that's customers, economies of firm scale in the old age, and economies of customer value, focusing on creating customer value in the new age. So that's customers. Competition has changed as well. For example, the existence of digital platforms has changed competition. So I think later on, Professor Lu Duk-Toren Hoon will talk about that in a bit more detail. Let me just say that competition has changed in the digital age, moving from having defined boundaries to moving across fluid industries. So the industry sector boundaries are no longer as strict. For example, you have Apple Computer as a computer company entering into the recorded music industry with MP3. clear distinctions between partners and rivals, and coming now to an age of blurred distinctions between partners and rivals, as partners can learn to, well, as rivals can learn to cooperate and collaborate in various win-win situations. Competition is a zero-sum game in the previous era. Now there's much more emphasis on cooperation. Key assets are held inside the firm, whereas in the current era, assets can be accessed through partnerships and alliances. Key assets may reside in outside networks. In the old age, products with unique features and benefits have been replaced by platforms with partners who exchange value. A few dominant competitors per category, moving now towards a dynamic of winner takes all because of network effects consistent with digital platforms. Okay, so we've seen customers, we've seen competition, data, some aspects of data, considerations of data, what changes are happening regarding data. So we're moving from an age, the analog age, where data is expensive to generate in the firm. Now we're in the age where data is all around us. Data is continuously generated everywhere. So data is not a bottleneck. There is lots of data. The problem is with our limited attention, how do we analyze the data? How do we get insights from the data? And how do we exploit those insights? So the challenge of data in the past was storing it and managing it. Now the challenge of data is turning it into valuable information. Data by itself is not useful unless we can transform it into valuable insights and understanding. Firms make use only of structured data in the previous age. So now we have all kinds of new data types: unstructured data, video data, text data, comments, social media text, blogs, and so on, all kinds of data that can be analyzed and included into business processes. Data is managed in operational silos in the previous age, but now the value of data is connecting it across silos. So basically just having one data lake or one data store, one data repository all across the firm. Data is a tool for optimizing processes, so kind of cost cutting, improving the efficiency of processes, whereas for the leading digital firms these days, it's not just about cutting costs, it's not just about replacing employees, it's about creating new products, meeting new customer needs, and creating new value. So not just reducing the costs, improving the efficiency, but actually launching new products, not just process innovations, but also product innovations. Okay, coming up now to the innovation cycle. So we've seen customers, we've seen competition, we've seen data. Now we're looking at the fourth dimension, innovation. So in the digital age, innovation, it happens all the time, and it's on a much faster cycle compared to what happened before. In the previous innovation cycle, this would be a long process where you'd start to observe the market, observe the technology, generate some ideas, analyze and discuss with your team, have lots of meetings, design the product, build it all the way through until it's a final product, and then you launch it onto the market, and then you might have some bad news that the customers just don't like it, in which case it's a long innovation cycle and you would have lost a lot of money. Now in the digital age, the innovation cycle has been shortened in so many different ways. So it's been shortened in terms of generating ideas, finding out what customers want, interacting with customers, getting prototypes, testing prototypes with the customers, and then pushing out an earlier kind of a dirty prototype version to some early stage customers to some early adopters, seeing if they like it, and then having a faster innovation cycle with lower risk and more feedback built in earlier into the stage of the innovation process. So experimentation is very important for competitive advantage in the digital age. You have to learn early, be fast and iterate. So if you learn from customers that they're not particularly interested in a certain feature or a characteristic, then you can take that off, simplify the design, or add something else instead. Fall in love with the problem, not the solution. So you have to find a problem, you have to find something that customers really care about, and then try to address that problem rather than trying to fix a certain problem with a certain cherished technological solution you might have. So, for example, saying, I want to use Bitcoin because it sounds cool. I want to use blockchain because it sounds cool. I'm going to use it. I don't know how I'm going to use it, but I think I want to use it. That's not the right strategy, because you have to focus not on the technological solution, but focus on the problem and think about what technologies could be useful for that particular problem. So always being focused on the problem. Get credible feedback. So not just from focus groups and questionnaires, but if possible from things like A/B testing, from many randomized small tests on customers, trying to see if customers will be actually willing to pay for an initial prototype and so on, trying to get credible feedback and get lots of feedback. Measure what matters now. So try to choose your indicators and metrics carefully. Test your assumptions. And if you fail, try to fail smart, in the sense of failing without spending too much on the innovation project. Try to fail relatively early in the cycle rather than keeping going with the innovative project for as long as possible. So a quote from Thomas Edison is useful here. The real measure of success is the number of experiments that can be crowded into 24 hours. So trying to experiment a lot, trying to learn about what customers want, trying to learn about what products can realistically be offered. And if it turns out that a project is not being successful, then don't worry too much if it's a failure. Just try to think about what you've learned and then keep going with the next experiment. So what matters is not so much whether you made a failure or not in a particular project. The real measure is the number of experiments and the learning that you are undertaking. Okay, a useful example of innovation and corporate culture more generally in a digital firm is the case of Greg Linden at Amazon. So Greg was a developer working on the checkout process. He's a software developer working in the process of when customers get to the checkout, what happens. So he had an idea of offer shoppers a final set of recommendations as they check out based on what's in their cart. So that was his idea. Let's introduce this new feature into the checkout process. Senior management hated the idea, so his bosses hated the idea, but because of the culture at Amazon at the time, then they had to at least test this idea anyway. So the management hated the idea because of the cardinal rule, the golden rule of e-commerce: don't distract the shopper once they have begun the checkout process, because you might sabotage the actual transaction. So Greg had in mind the checkout shelves in real-world supermarkets. Greg was forbidden to work on the project, but he built a quick test version anyway. So then Amazon let Greg run the test version. And at Amazon, it was hard for even a top executive to block a test experiment because of the way that the culture was set up over there. So If you've got an idea, if you want to experiment with it, then the culture says that you have the right to test this, even if your managers don't think it's a good idea. And actually, the data came back positive. So relying on the data, not relying on the seniority of the person who opposes the idea, relying on the data came back positive, and resources were immediately applied to developing and launching a full version. So I think this is an inspiring story of data-driven decision-making, finding profitable value opportunities, even when managers initially are opposed to the idea. So this is a testament to the inspiring culture at Amazon at the time. Okay, so with regards to innovation, what are the changes in strategic assumptions? From making decisions based on intuition and seniority to making decisions based on data, based on testing, based on validating. From testing ideas being expensive, slow, and difficult to testing ideas being cheap, fast, and easy. From experiments conducted infrequently by experts to something like a democratization inside the firm, experiments conducted constantly by everyone. From a challenge of innovation being to find the right solution, like, for example, you say, everyone's talking about AI. I want to do AI. I don't know what it means, but we have to do AI. Let's find something that can be solved with AI. Instead, you focus on what's the actual problem that you want to solve, and what is the most what's the most appropriate tool to solve that problem. So focusing on the problem, not the solution. From a situation where failure is avoided at all costs to a situation where failures are learned from early and cheaply. And instead of focusing on finished products, focusing on MVPs, minimum viable prototypes, and then having the flexibility to change these, update these, and iterate these after product launch. Okay, then the fifth dimension from Rogers' model is value. So a few thoughts here. From thinking about the value proposition defined by industry. So instead of being limited by the industry barriers, the industry borders, the industry categories, instead focusing on customer needs, value proposition defined by changing customer needs. From executing your current value proposition to learning and uncovering the next opportunity for customer value. From optimizing your business model as long as possible to being more flexible and evolving before you must to stay ahead of the curve. From judging change by how it impacts your current business or your business in the previous period to thinking in a more forward-looking way, judging change by how it could create value in your next business. Market success allowed for complacency in the previous age, but now we're more in the age of only the paranoid survive. Okay, so that's the first of the three models. That's the Rogers model, Rogers 2016. Now we'll look at a second model. This one is different in the sense that it has 5 stages, but in a chronological order, in a kind of a timeline. So this is the big data, the BDBMI, the big data business model maturity index. So starting with business monitoring, moving all the way over to business metamorphosis, and it measures the degree to which the organization has integrated data and analytics into the business models. So of course, the reference details for this and all of the other references are at the back of the slides, and I think the slides will be shared with everyone later on. So if you're interested in those details. So the purpose of this model is to map or benchmark compared to industry best practice and to provide a roadmap through the digital transformation process. So let's look at these 5 stages individually. Stage 1, phase 1, business monitoring. This is the case of a traditional firm, let's say a traditional large firm. It's got its data organized into highly regulated data warehouses, and it undertakes business intelligence to monitor performance, for example, having standardized reports on what happened in previous years. So create retrospective reports, signal over and underperformance areas, and perhaps engage in some very basic analytics, benchmarking, looking at indices, and focusing on what happened in the past. What happened and why? This has been compared to driving your car using the rear view mirror. So it gives you limited information on what your activity should be, what your strategy should be. So firms at this stage 1, should move from an IT technology mindset to an economics mindset, to a more forward-looking mindset. Not just monitoring, but seeking predictions or prescriptions to create economic value. Then phase 2, things are starting to get a bit better as the firm has taken some early steps down the digital transformation process, leveraging predictive analytics from internal and external data, new sources of internal data, for example, consumer comments, emails, technicians' notes, from batch data processing, standardized reports, to real-time data that might yield valuable insights. And instead of looking backwards, now engaging in predictive analytics to uncover customer, product, and operational insights. So moving from the early stages 1 and 2, to the later stages, it's been called crossing a chasm, so jumping across a precipice or a big hole in the rocks or in the mountain, moving from traditional analytics to the data science world. So in the world of traditional analytics, there is monitoring what happened in the past, aggregating data to minimize the costs of storage and data management. Traditional analytics is about restricting data access. Adding new data sources is considered a heinous crime. And then extracting the data using batches of data in a highly regulated, highly structured data environment. That's the way of operating in the traditional analytics way of doing things. And then in the data science approach of a modern digital firm, it's more about predictions, predicting what will happen, prescribing actions. So on the basis of your predictions of the state of the world, you make prescriptions of what would be the appropriate response to the predicted state of the world. Capturing and storing all kinds of data for all kinds of exploratory data analysis, exploiting various data types, structured, semi-structured, or unstructured, and also engaging in real-time or near real-time processing and analysis of data in order to capture the asset in action. Okay, so phases 1 and 2. Phase 1 is very traditional, backward looking in terms of its information processing. That's the business monitoring stage. Stage 2 is a bit better, business insights. Stage 3 is called business optimization. So here we're making use of our predictions of the future state of the world, to make prescriptions as well, prescriptive analytics, deliver actionable insights and recommendations to employees and also to managers. Tell me what I need to do. This can be done on the basis of data analytics to some extent. So it's not 100% effective all the time, but it does give an advantage. Enable employees, partners, and customers to optimize their key decisions. Embed prescriptive analytics into key processes. For example, you embed the insights from your analytics into decision-making dashboards, into dashboards that are given to, let's say, local level managers to help them reach their local decisions about things like special offers, stocking, inventory, whatever. So, for example, the data analytics insights coming from an analysis of what customers tend to buy at the same time was embedded into Amazon's customer interface, and then this led to the appearance of the feature Amazon's customers who bought this item also bought. So Amazon could give information to customers saying that if you bought this, you might also want to buy this. So that's a way of embedding the insights from data analysis into actual processes and operations. Another example would be a retailer that delivers analytic-based recommendations to store managers to optimize price reductions based on purchase patterns, inventory, weather, holidays, consumer comments, social media postings, and so on. Phase 4, this is called data monetization. This is where the data assets are leading to increased value, and this is becoming recognized. So phase 4, leverage data insights to create new sources of revenue, new products, new market opportunities, maybe even selling data or selling the insights from the data into new markets. Of course, you would have to be very careful about respecting the consumer data protection laws. Integrating analytics into new smart products and services, such as jet engines that consider the weather, elevation, and wind speed data to adjust the angles and speeds of blades. Repackaging insights to create new products or services, such as online digital marketplaces, Yahoo or eBay, which could provide recommendations to small merchants. So if these platforms can actually help the merchants who are active on the platforms, then this creates value for everyone, and it strengthens the overall position. Retail organizations could mine customer loyalty transactions to get more to help move into new product categories or regions and so on. So analyzing the data to create value in terms of new products or services. And then finally, phase 5, business metamorphosis. This is where the business has gone from being a traditional, let's say, a traditional manufacturing company to something that sells service, so sells services. Create a culture that encourages continuous exploration, creation, sharing, reuse, and refinement of an organization's digital and human assets. And also set up the incentives to share, reuse, and refine data or assets. So with this new culture in a stage 5, a firm that just undergone the business metamorphosis, it affects how you hire, how you train, how you promote and manage the organization because of the changing role that employees now have in this organization. Okay, then we get to the third model, the third and final model. I think I have about 5 minutes left, so I'll try to be fast. Okay, so Yancey Al-Lakhani at this book was published by Harvard Business Review Press, Competing in the Age of AI. It's the most recent of the three. So there are 4 stages in their model. Their model is more about the architecture of the firm, moving from a firm with siloed data into silos, separate divisions, separate departments, moving towards something called an AI factory. So stage 1 here, siloed data. This is where data is in different parts of the firm, in different departments. It's cut up into different divisions. And then over these 4 stages, we move to have data assets all collected into a single repository called a data lake. That's in stage 4. Then there are also APIs which help to create a modular architecture rather than a monolithic one. And we have an AI factory that in an advanced stage just runs all of the business processes itself using AI. So ultimately, in a digital operating model, according to stage 4 of their 4-stage process, the employees do not deliver the product or service. Instead, they design and oversee a software automated, algorithm-driven digital organization that actually delivers the goods. So something like a factory that is autonomous in terms of producing the value by itself. An example would be Ant Financial. In China, Ant Financial has 700 million customers, but fewer than 10,000 employees, which compares favorably to, for example, Bank of America that has 67 million customers and 209,000 employees. So Ant Financial can be considered to be a digital factory because all of the decisions of things like processing loans or making recommendations for wealth management products or whatever, all of these decisions are done by AI processes rather than by bank employees. So it only costs 2 RMB for Ant to process loans compared to 2,000 RMB at a traditional bank. So with traditional businesses such as hotel chains, the data is highly fragmented. It resides in various system silos, different departments inside the firm with incompatible data structures. It's missing common identifiers, which is a problem for merging together these insights. And also it may not necessarily be very accurate. There may be errors, there may be mistakes in the data corresponding to low data quality. So in traditional businesses like this, much more effort is needed to connect the data across the silos to understand the customer in a more complete way, to have a 360-degree vision on the customer's experience and what they want. So thinking about industrial paradigms, a long time ago, before the Industrial Revolution, manual labor was used by small-scale artisans, for example, producing textiles in the cottages of England and Wales a long time before the Industrial Revolution. This was replaced by the factory system, where there was standardization, specialization, there were production lines, economies of scale, people brought together, not working at home in their factories, but they are working in one place. This later led to the appearance of large multi-division corporations pursuing economies of scale, for example, in the second half of the 20th century. So in the large multi-division corporations, silos and specialization actually used to be very useful. They used to be best practice, but this is not the case in the digital era. In the digital era, you need to have all of the data assets shared across the organization, And instead of having silos, different departments, you need to have small innovation teams, but working on a single data lake, on a single store of the data. So in a multi-divisional firm, there were gains from specialization. Divisions operated as independent profit centers. And with human agents, interrelated tasks are best performed by integrated teams sitting next to each other, ideally located within a few meters of each other. So if, for example, you have to ask a manager or a colleague a question on something, you just swivel your chair around and they're right there, you can ask them that question. That's how efficient work used to be handled in the age of the multi-divisional firm. Now in the age of the digitalized firm, there are no silos, no departments cutting up the data assets into different departments, but there is a single data lake. There is one store of the data. There is centralized data, but a decentralized experimentation capability. For example, if you have a small innovation team that want to set up a new feature or a new product, or they want to change one aspect of the overall product offering, then you would have a small innovation team doing that. Anyone can launch an experiment. And with digital agents, physical proximity is not needed. Digital agents can connect costlessly and almost instantly with many others. So the constraints affecting organizational structure in the age of the multi-divisional firm no longer apply for digitalized firms. And if firms continue to operate with the same structures of the previous economic era, they're not going to reach the full benefits, the full value of digitalization. Okay, it's also interesting to compare the IT structure from monolithic IT, where you just had one huge file that contained all the computer code for the operations, to modular IT. So with monolithic IT, let's say you had all of the computer code for your website, for your e-commerce capabilities. If everything is just one huge long file, then that would be called here monolithic IT, and that would be quite problematic for the reasons that we will see. So one integrated program, like when building an MVP, minimum viable product. Traditionally, any update required a full version update that impacted the work of every associated team. To change one part, you must test on the whole system or risk bringing it all down if there's, for example, some dependencies or some conflicting parts of the program. It's bad for speed, it's bad for quality, and bad for flexibility. With modular IT, there are microservices that serve as an architectural approach to building applications that partition apps into services that can be built, tested, and updated independently. So you don't have to worry about collapsing the whole system if you change one thing in one module, because all of the changes will be contained in that single module. So there were separate services that are loosely coupled through automated interfaces called APIs, application programming interfaces, and hundreds or thousands of microservices within a single firm. And this allows for continuous development and improvement across services. And now there is a new skill set that is needed, which is the need for skillful managers who can see across the whole system and can have a broad view, a global systems view, taking into account this new architecture based on modular IT. Okay, could talk a bit more about cloud APIs, the value of APIs, but I think I'm running out of time, so I think I would just end with this last slide. That's okay. One of our biggest surprises in transformation efforts, according to Yancity and Lakhani, is that the frequent resistance of the CIO, the Chief Information Officer, and the IT organization. So the IT organization may actually resist digital transformation because they might be pushed from a traditional role where they are, setting up a stable infrastructure, producing stable, backward-looking reports based on data. They might have to change their architecture. They might be pushed to work harder. They might have to develop new skills, for example, data science, advanced analytical skills, or machine learning skills that was not in their traditional job description. And so, interestingly enough, IT departments may actually oppose the digital transformation process set out here. Right, I think I'll stop there. What do you think?
Yes, Alex? Yep. Thank you for the presentation about the big data business model. So, is this model can help us to understand about general picture of the big data for business model. So, in the model is focused on 5 steps. 5 level. The first is business monitoring, so it can be help organization to manage their performance, and it also in the business inside, it also help organization to know some advantage of business of data science to compare with the traditional analysis. The data science can, help the organization to predict likely happen in the future, and it also have exploits own data type, and it can be better predictor for organization performance. Another, I think, is very interesting is business optimization. So in here, it can, have to provide actionable insight for manager to give final decision making in their organization. Data science now is one kind of source to create revenues for organization by, selling the data, selling their data or interest analysis into production. So it's very interesting. Another thing that I think is very interesting is the big data business model. It also can create the culture of organization by via the sharing or reduce or refinement. So I think it's very, very interesting and give us to have the general picture of the pros and cons of the big data business model. So it is very interesting. So now I could like to invite all the questions from participants. If you have any question and you have comment for Alex, please raise your hand. Okay, so can you please? Yep.
Hello. Thank you for the insightful presentation. I'm Queen and I'm from the University of Finance and Marketing. I have one question for you regarding the monetization process. So regarding the monetization process, as you already mentioned, that we have to be careful with the data privacy. As we know that Facebook has been sued for violating user data privacy by using cookies and browser plugins to track users, even though they have already logged out. So this has sparked significant ethical debates and concern about trust in the monetization of user data. So my question is, how can business leverage data to generate revenue through monetization while also ensuring ethical practice and building strong trust with users, especially in sensitive fields like healthcare and education? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a great question. Thank you. So I personally, I think this is very important. I closed down my Facebook account a long time ago. I closed down my Twitter X account as well a long time ago. I think it's very important. So in the book by Schmarzo 2016, which is the model I was presenting, he talks about monetizing data. I think he's much more enthusiastic about it than I am, or he was back then. So I was trying to present his ideas, but I think maybe he overstates the data monetization part, and maybe he understates all of the value that can be created from data insights into launching new products or creating new value offerings for customers. So I think let me give. So I just noticed that my slides are still up. So let me take advantage of that and go to this slide about how sharing information can actually be useful for various stakeholders. So on this slide, Airbus recognized an issue in the aviation industry where critical, important flight and operational data was locked away in silos. So being a supplier to most airlines and thus having a strong relationship across the ecosystem, Airbus launched an API-enabled data platform called Skywise to help the airlines reduce maintenance issues and prevent technical delays. So there is information out there. Companies aren't making best use of the information. They could use the information that is scattered across the system, scattered across the, let's say, user ecosystem. Some companies have some information, somewhere else there is different pieces of information. If you can gather this information together, you can improve efficiency and also reduce the risk of accidents. You mentioned the healthcare sector. So in the healthcare sector, there is useful, valuable information on patients' health outcomes or patients' data related to their health. That is scattered across the system. Maybe one healthcare provider has information regarding one particular medical condition on the same patient, and then another medical provider might have information on a different medical condition. If there is a safe way of connecting these different pieces of data from across the system so that the different companies can interact, making use of all the information and data that is out there, but without compromising anonymity, then this would create more value for the patient without necessarily increasing risk. So for sure there are good ways of doing it. For sure there are bad ways of doing it. Just because companies like Facebook have had questionable approaches, it doesn't mean that there are, let's say, secure modular interfaces such as APIs, application programming interfaces, that can find ways to make sure data can be shared in a safe way.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions?
Yeah. Good morning, Professor Alex. So thank you very much for your talk. As you know, there are a wide range of models can be used in the field of digitalization to achieve innovations in a company or country. I think it's too hard for a developing country like Vietnam to employ advanced models as you suggested into the real world business. how do you think that's what's the most challenging factors that companies or developing countries can be used to improve the connection between the customer and company?
Thank you. Yes, I think these models can be useful in all kinds of countries, in Vietnam, in many other countries. I think essentially progress through the process involves things like first digitalizing, using computers, digitalizing records, finding particular cases where information can lead to better decision making, and trying to introduce data into these kind of situations. It doesn't necessarily have to be complicated. Just for example, having an online platform that allows farmers to know what is the price of the goods that is being sold at a market. This is a very straightforward idea, and it could make a big difference for, let's say, rural farmers that have to travel and carry all of their agricultural produce to a farmer's market, not knowing if they're going to get a good price. So it could make their lives better. I think there are many things that can be done, just always taking the approach of trying to use what data we have to share information with people that would value the insights coming from that information.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for some questions and also some explanation from Professor Alex. However, you know that time is limited, so that's why once again thank Professor Alex for the presentation. So hopefully we will meet you in another conference in the next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue to session 2. Session 2 is a parallel one with two separate rooms. The first room we discuss finance, economics, and banking. The chair for the first room would be Associate Professor Dr. Hồ Thủy Tiên, Professor Daniel Basalopra Lorenta, Dr. Nguyễn Văn Thích. So the first room would be in this room, A302. And the second room we discuss business and management. The chair for the second room would be Associate Professor Dr. Huỳnh Thị Thu Sương, Professor Matteo Foglia, Dr. Đỗ Tiến Tới. The second room would be in the next room, A303. So if you want to access online, there is a QR code in the background to access the second session online.
Okay, please, like now we can move to another room, and someone stay here in this room to make sure, be back here at 11:15 for the break time. Please doing anything but no longer than 11:30. So just make sure everyone listen to that. Okay, thank you.
Professor Daniel Bansalop Lauren from University of Calista, La Mancha, Spain. The second, Dr. Nguyễn Văn Thích from University Ho Chi Minh of Banking. And me, Associate Professor Hồ Thị Tiên from the University of Finance Marketing. In this session, we will listen to the sharing from presentation of 4 research groups in the order arranged by the organization committee. To start the discussion, we would like to note that each presentation has a time limit of 10 minutes, followed by 15 minutes discussion. Do my colleagues have any other comment? Yes, thank you. Let's begin. First, I would like to invite Professor Daniel present the first paper research. Please, Professor Daniel.
Hello, good morning. Well, at least here in Spain we are 4 a.m. and I've not gone to sleep yet, so it's very late or early for me. But first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this international conference, BDPM4. So now in this moment we are going to listen the presentation How do Chairperson Gender Management Competitiveness and Green Credit Affect the Risk-Bound Behaviors on Commercial Banks, prepared by Professors Pantin Tan Puong, Tran Duon Mai Puong, Duon Dan Koa. And well, you know that has been the rule. You have 10 minutes for presentation. After that, we will start a discussion or some comments or questions you have. Please, you can start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Professor. So I would like to begin my presentation today. So my topic is all about the gender and measurement competence and green credit and how they affect the risk-taking behavior of commercial bank Vietnam. So this is the structure of the presentation. We have 4 very quick sections. First of all, the research overview, the motivation and contribution of this research, and coming to the second part is the data collection and method, and empirical result. So the result is quite simple and quick, and we have the conclusion with the practical implication for the manager and the government. So let's go straight to the point. So what is the research gap for the similar topic in the past? So the research gap need to identify the integration of the theory. We have the agency theory, the moral hazard theory, and competitive advantage theory. However, they have not yet combined in one study yet. And the second one focus on the motivation of the green credit. The green credit is quite popular in China, around the world. However, in Vietnam, it's in the early stage, and on the balance sheet of the commercial bank, we have not yet to have the outstanding balance for the green credit. So we are in the early stage, so that's the research gap and we need to address. And the gender diversification is not a new topic. However, in Vietnam, the majority of the bank chairman, the gender of the woman is quite limited. So the objective of this research is quite simple. It's analyze the impact of measurement competence and gender and the green credit on the risk of the commercial bank Vietnam. And we use the basic estimation method, very popular, that is a GMM method, to estimate the a sample of 38 Vietnamese banks from 2009 to 2020, and the main results said that the higher management competence will lead to lower bank risk, especially the credit risk, and the chairman gender also affect the bank risk, and especially in getting in the green credit program initiated by the State Bank Vietnam, increase the credit risk for the commercial bank, and the main result remain robust when we use the alternative risk proxy indicator. So here we have academic contribution. So it contribute new evidence for the academic, and we can apply it in a subject like commercial bank in undergraduate and master degrees. And the policy contribution is all about improving the management competence, and also the green credits increase the bank risk. However, we still need to engage and participate more in the green credits. So we need to have the balance the financial performance, risk, and environmental sustainability. So let's come to the hypothesis development. First of all, the question is all about whether the measurement competence increase or reduce the bank performance or bank risk. And we have the background, we have the agency theory and the comparative theory. That suggests that more experienced manager can align bank operation with shareholder interest and reduce the risk, according to Berger and D. Party in 2006, and Buffett and Associates in 1995. And manager with strong financial education or direct banking experience are particularly effective in reducing the bank risk. So we set up the first hypothesis. We have the negative relationship between the measurement competence and the bank risk. And for the second focus, we propose the hypothesis that's based on the nexus between the green credits and the bank risk. And we based on the moral hazard theory that suggests that risk taking under sustainability pressure, and the agency theory posits that potential risk for banks that prioritize sustainability over profit. So we set up the second hypothesis, green credits increase the bank risk. And for the chairperson gender and the bank risk, and we based on the institutional theory, agency theory, and social role theory, and we propose that the gender of the chairperson have the significant impact on the bank risk. So here we come to the data collection and the method section. So the data we collect from the bank statement, the audited statement, and we compare it with the stock database, and we remove the every bank because it's the policy bank rather than the commercial bank. And the final panel is 361 annual observation. So here we have the how we estimate the variable. So the credit risk, we use the ratio of the non-performing loans. And for the alternative risk proxy, we follow Professor Võ in 2018. We use the standard deviation of return on assets and standard deviation of return equity and the Z-score. And we also use the liquidity risk at the proxy for the bank risk. And for the independent variable, for the measurement competence, we use the total revenue of the number of the board member. And then the green credit, we use the dummy variable, whether the bank participates in the green credit program initiated by State Bank Vietnam, and we denote 1 and 0 otherwise. And for the chairman gender, it's also dummy variable. And for the estimation methods, we start with the standard procedure. First of all, we select whether the OS fixed or random by performing suitable tests like Houseman test, real and fixed effect test, and then the OS and RAM and FEM may violate the assumption. So we propose the GMM to overcome the limitation. So here we have the model construction, so you can read it on the slide, and there we have 6 models. And let me go straight to the GMM estimation. So for the GMM estimation for the model 4, we see that the measurement competence have the negative relationship with the credit risk. So we can conclude that higher measurement competence will lead to lower risk. And however, the green credit, we have the positive relationship, so it will lead the bank to have higher credit risk when it participates in the green credit program initiated by State Bank Vietnam. And the final one is the gender, the chairperson also have negative values. That means when the chairman will take lower risk in compared to the chairwoman. And when we replace the credit risk by the alternative risk proxy like Z-score, standard deviation of return on assets and standard deviation of return on equity, and we have the robust finding. And let's come to the conclusion. So the key findings say that the measurement competence reduce the credit risk, and the second one, the bank with the chairman will have lower credit risk in compared to the bank with chairwoman. And then engaged in the bank, in the State Bank of Vietnam, the green credit increase additional risk for the commercial bank. And we have the policy recommendation. First of all, we prioritize improving high skills measurement in finance, and we also need to increase the gender diversity in the leadership to improve the risk measurement, and refine the credit portfolio measurement, especially for green credit, to balancing the financial profits with the environmental sustainability. And also, finally, the study have the data limitation because it have focus on only a few banks in Vietnam, and a future study may extend the data to check it in the global context. So that's all for my presentation. So thank you for spending time listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your interesting paper. I know the limitation of time that you have, but the paper is really interesting about the diversification in gender. But I have just a question. After that, we will have another one. Have you tried or have you thought to include the variable corruption perception index in this type of models? And this is my question. Another one after that, anyone can make another question.
I'm sorry, Professor, can you just repeat the question, please?
Yes. In any moment, have you thought to include some variable like corruption perception index in the country, or some variable related with the quality of institutions, for example?
Yeah, I understand. So I will incorporate that index in the revised manuscript, Professor.
Okay. Yes. So, any question?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't see you.
How are you?
I see your shape, but I can see your face.
Okay, I
nice
know
to
that.
see you.
It's too late for you now. Yeah, thank you very much for joining.
Thank you very much for your presentation as well. So, can you just show your slide? There's a little bit counterintuitive for me because it seems to be contrast with the whole theory. So basically, women have the lower risk than male, but your results show that chairman in Vietnamese bank have the lower risk than chairwoman. That's a kind of counterintuitive with the whole literature.
Yeah.
That's a one point you need to make it clear why.
Yeah.
Okay. The second point is we know that the green credits decline. The green credit increase credit risk, right? Green credits increase credit risk. What should we learn from that? Should we learn that we should not adopt any green credit anymore, or what we learn from that, right? Yeah. That's the second point, and that's what I remember. And the last point is, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm kind against to GMM. I think you have very nice data set that you can do for different that you can see in particular year when the bank appoint chairwoman into the board, and you can start it. There are two proof. One proof of the bank has no chairwoman in the board, and one proof with the chairman in the board. That two proof. Before and after this proof, you can test more causal relationship rather than use GMM. That's what can you just go to the conclusion? I think I still have one point that I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for example that, and for example you can say that like bank led by chairman lower risk than chairwoman. How do we recommend a policy that we increase the gender diversity? Right? Because like the chair, this conflict idea for the whole paper.
Yeah.
So think about it again.
Okay, thank you. And it's kind of easy method. However, we have to trade off. We have to make a decision between the easy and the correct one. So I will make a comment with her to adjust the model and adjust the method back to the different to see whether the result remains robust. And the second one is when we have the result like women take higher risk, I also surprised. And we are trying to discuss and provide the explanation for that. And for the green credits, increase the bank.
Use the sample in commerce user in Vietnam, and this focus on one aspect of just. So in the future, other research can research more about other aspects to gain a comprehensive understanding.
Yeah, thank you, Nguyễn Thị Thu Hà. Yes, because the time is over, and we take 20 minutes and withdraw the question and question. And now, Nguyễn Thị Thu Hà, she also try her best to presentation about the factor inclusion trust in community and betray intentions, social commerce, and business, and also may focus on the fashion industry evident in Vietnam. She also introduced the context that's the reason why they take the research. Okay, and also introduce some definition about variable, and then they also develop hypothesis and propose the research model. And it's okay. The research also, the study also say something about discussion and propose maybe the indication, and also recognize the limitation and suggest the future research. It's okay. However, when I reading more details about your research regarding to presentation this morning, and some variable, very key term, key variable in us, I cannot find out. For example, trust in community. Very, very important. This is the mediating variable in this model. However, we cannot have no found this one. And what we read, and it's maybe it's not believable for us to thinking, to making, or to conclusion about this one. And continue. This is, however, congratulations, because of your done your your effort. And continue. I would like to any audience in here raising the question, and you ready and willing to answer the question. Yes or no?
Yes.
And any question for Nguyễn Thị Minh Hà? Okay, I would like to invite any question about this one regarding to the research context, regarding to the research model, regarding to the research methodology, something like that. It's okay. Any question? Hello, Nam Phong. I invite Nam Phong. Yes.
Developments complement or substitute each other continues. While some researchers confirmed the substitute effect, others supported the complementary effect, and the neutral found no clear evidence. So we have found that SOBIT in 2019 separated the Financial Development Index into components, and the interaction result of these components with remittance affecting economic development are not uniform. While much research exists on financial development, there is little focus on specific components like financial debt, accessibility, and efficiency. Each plays a unique role in how remittances are utilized. Similarly, research on digital financial inclusion, especially in Asia, is also limited. So therefore, it has posed a new research direction, which is to analyze more closely into the role of each variable of financial development, like financial debt, accessibility, efficiency, and stability, in the relationship between remittance and economic growth. By examining how digital financial services interact with remittance in Asian economies, our research aims to provide new insights into how these factors together influence economic growth, highlighting an area that has been largely overlooked in previous studies. So the literature shows mixed results regarding remittance and growth, while several studies such as Minh and Shearer demonstrate that remittance boosts GDP by providing hard currency for consumption and investment. Others, like Shami et al., argued that remittance reduce labor participation, leading to a moral hazard problem, where recipients relying on remittance instead of actively engaging in the workforce, and some found the U-shaped relationship. And several research also consider the effect of financial inclusion and also found contrasting results as shown here on the table. So despite the abundance of research, studies on digital financial inclusion in Asian countries remains limited. most use traditional methods that may not fully capture the complexity of remittance growth in economic growth. Therefore, in our research, to explore this relationship, we use a Bayesian approach for analyzing data from Asian countries between 2015 to 2022. This method allows us to handle small samples and address issues like autocorrelation or endogeneity, making our analysis more reliable. So the core of our model is the interaction between remittance and digital financial inclusion. Data are taken from World Bank and IMF and also inherited from previous studies. We also have control variables such as unemployment, education, inflation, trade openness, and investment, which play a significant role in economic growth. We have this convergent diagnostic analysis. So the convergence diagnostic ensure that our Bayesian model was reliable. If the Markov chain Monte Carlo does not converge, the result could be misleading, affecting the validity of our conclusion. So as you can see in the convergence diagnostic graph presented here, all parameters meet the required convergence conditions. Therefore, we confirm that these reach convergence, meaning that our research is reliable. Our findings reveal several key points. Both digital financial inclusion and remittance positively contribute to economic growth in Asian countries. And we have some control variable here. Unemployment negatively impacts on growth, while education, trade openness, and investment positively influence the economic performance. The interaction variable was introduced in our model to capture the combined effect of remittance and digital financial inclusion on economic growth. So specifically, we wanted to investigate how the presence of digital financial service influence the impact that remittance have on countries' economy. So our analysis revealed that a negative result for this interaction variable. This means that when we consider both remittance and digital financial inclusion, their combined effect on economic growth does not lead to expected positive amplification. Instead, it suggests a substitute relationship. So, although both factors contribute positively to the development of this country, however, their interaction indeed yields a negative result. The model shows a positive relationship between remittance and digital financial inclusion in promoting economic growth. However, their interaction suggests that remittance and digital financial inclusion act as substitute rather than amplifying each other. This implies that when the financial system is well developed, remittance may not be utilized as effectively within the domestic economy. So then we examine the likelihood of the impacts of the variables we studied on the economic growth. Our analysis revealed that the likelihood of the impact of the various variables on growth is consistently above 50%. This statistic is significant because it demonstrates a high level of confidence in the relationship identified in our model. Our findings have several important policy implications. Policymakers should improve financial sector efficiency to facilitate remittance flow and reduce reliance on informal.
The company should investigate the bathroom, the moderating merchants, and we will technologies, consent, the trust usage. And ASD has been applied to some implications, electric human resources impact study. New structures, performs developments, and also and about the personal strategies moderations, ASD interactions, iterations, strategies, alignment, affect technology utilization, and AT contributions, strategy, implementness, impact implementations. This is a research model. About the research methods for study. For study, you collect the information about the 500, the manager and human resources experts in Vietnam who use the resources system. And we got about 360 response. Most people answer between 80 and 40 years old, and many had the university degrees. About the practical implication. Practical implications. What this mean for the companies? They should invest the goods, digital human resources to create works where people feel comfortable to using the digital tools. Help the employees learn how to use this system and keep improving their digital system based on what employee needs. Discussion of finding. We found three main things. First, digital human resource company perform better, and second, it help the employee feel more connected to their work, and third, it help the employee do their job better. Interestingly, we found that the type of human resources strategies company use doesn't affect to where how well to conclude, digital human resources is very helpful for Vietnamese company. It helps the company
Yes, sure. Don't worry about that. It's no problem, no problem. Good morning, everyone. I'm Atafolja, and very happy to stay here. Very, very interesting conference, and I think it's a very, very interesting paper about this because we know that digitalization is reshaping many areas of business as well as and digital human is not exception about this. And the study explore how digital human resource management affect the organization performance and in Vietnam. And I think the paper is very interesting. The methodology applied sound good, and the results are very good discuss about the paper, and I think very interesting. And I want to congrats for your paper, and I enjoyed read the paper. And just one question about the paper. If can you reply to me? I don't. I read the paper, and I don't understand which the sector are considered in the sample. There are, for example, finance, banking, or whereas manufacturing sector, or the sample is broader. And nothing. I think the paper is a very good stage for public, for have a good opportunity to publish it. And congrats for the authors. And just want to see and I open the floor for this discussion and about question, comments, and suggestion for the author. Congrats.
We didn't send you about the full version paper for you raised before carefully, and that's the reason why you cannot to write exactly the question for us. However, we very thank you for what your comment about our paper, and I hope continue to receive and improving our paper for in the receiving is for something another maybe submit paper something like that and continue to improve the qualities of writing the paper. Once again, thank you, Professor Mattia. Okay.
Thank you too.
Yeah. And continue. And then next, I would like to invite Dr. Đỗ Tiến tới.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation, we would like to
analyzing the time frequency impact of transformation on the improvement of service trade in Vietnam. So when regarding to the structure of the report, it can be seen that our group had divided into 5 parts. The part 1 is the motivation. The second part is the theoretical and the literature, which is our theoretical basis that form the issue and the methods we use to solve them. The third part is the data as well as the methodology we used in this report. And the fourth part is the result we obtain. Finally is the conclusion and some solution to complete the problem solved. In recent years, many research has provided valuable insight into how digital has not only reshaped the economy, but also have a significant impact on the development of the train service sector. And they also find out a strong relationship between the GDP and import and export has been demonstrated across all the countries. In addition, researcher has also shown that the currency exchange rate in a long-term driver of service trades, and demographic factor also play an important role in the development of performance in service trade sector. From this finding, we has conducted research to indicate how these independent factors can strengthen the service trade growth, especially in Vietnam. The paper examines suitable economy development in Vietnam using the wavelet methods and spectral causality tests, aiming to contribute the expand field of research on how macroeconomic factor will affect a country's service trade. The second point is time demand fluctuation has been used to assess the interaction between service trade and macroeconomic factor in frequency domain. And finally is the policymaker and government may use our subject to integrate fintech solution into digital trade to support effective digital transformation in the service trade sector, resulting in economic development. And this is our theoretical framework. The data we use is from the World Bank and the DZX, including the service trade, the digitalization, the economic growth, the broad money M2, and the population. In this study, we use the wavelet method in the following order. Firstly, we use the continuous wavelet transform to represent fluctuations in local variance, and then the cross wavelet is used to transform to illustrate the evolution of local variant and covariant of two time series. After that, we use the wavelet coherent to demonstrate the commotion correlation of two variables in the time frequency domain. Finally, we use the Breton-Cardillon test for Ranger causality to evaluate the level of reliable between selected variables. After applying the wavelet power spectrum based on the different effects of the element in relation, the time, the frequency, and the color bar, we have the following results. As indicated in this figure, the findings show in the short term there's a weak correlation between the digitalization and the service trade, although there are some times when they have a little bit stronger correlation. However, in the medium term and in the long term, it shows that digitalization almost all has a positive impact on the service trade. According to the analysis figure, GDP does not have a much impact on trade service in the short run, but it had a positive impact in the medium and long run. Although there will be a small impact between the time periods, but the impact is significant to the final result. We move to the third pair between the service trade and the broad money. The finding described in the short run, there's significant effect. However, in the medium run, a moderate correlation is observed. But in the long run, a strong association is detected between the service trade and the broad money M2. And the final pair is service trade and population. The results are also observed in a small frequency category from the 0 to 4 quarters. The regardless whether there's a strong or weak unstable correlation in this period. Observations show that there's always a positive correlation between these two variables. Similar to a small periods, the medium and large also have unstable trend. However, it can be seen that in entire series also a positive correlation between the two variables. And in order to evaluate the degrees of confidence in the study, finding on the connection between the service trade and digitalization, the GDP, broad money, and the population in Vietnam, the Brighton Cardillon spectral causality test was employed. And the result, we find out that the digitalization and the broad money, it has two-way relationship with the service trade. Meanwhile, the GDP and the population only affect service trade without any feedback. And now we highlight the main finding. As you can see in like this figure, in the short term, digitalization and GDP do not seem to have a significant impact on the service trade, while broad money and population do. In the medium term, it's already that except for the GDP, or this variable has a positive impact on the service trade, and the long run is great that all variables show their positive impact on the service trade. And the way let's analysis show a strong bidirectional relationship between the digitalization and service trade. This highlights that in the current technology era, promoting digitalization is essential for enhancing Vietnam's competitiveness in the service trade sector. And that's our presentation. Thank you for your attending, and wish you have a good day. So,
thank you very much
yeah.
for the presentation. So I think this topic is quite interesting. You focus on the impacts of digital transformation on the improvement of Vietnamese service trade.
Yes.
So that is you focus on digitalization, gross domestic, it means GDP, population, PO, and gross money supplies. That can, has some impact on the service trade in Vietnam. And you use the data from 1996 to 2022 to use the waitlist analysis and also the model of rangers casualties. So that is very, it's a one kind of, this model is also applied in analyzed in some business activities. Is very useful.
Yes.
So I highly appreciate for the presentation. So I would like to listen another question from participants. Yep. Thank you.
It's a very interesting one, and I have some questions here. The first one is that when you research on the time series, and you run it on the long run, a long time.
Yeah.
And during that time, is Vietnam have several change in the policy, in the economies. So can you, did you find any shock, any event on the time series that match the event in the actual life? That's the first one. And the second one is, I just wonder about the population. As we know that the trend in the population in Vietnam here is we are aging very, very fast. So what is the future? that that will they affect the digitalization of our economies? I just wonder because in your conclusion you that they have no correlation. And the last one is, I still wonder that digitalization is a big trend right now, not only for Vietnam but for the whole world. So should we run for it, even though they not affect a lot on our GDP, on our economies? I just wonder for the third one.
Yeah.
It's because we have usually we have to run. We should not run against the wave. You know what I mean? Yes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question, and I will answer for your question. The first question is about a long-term period. Yes, of course, our sample covered the period from the 1996 to the 2022, which include a multi-type shocks such as the financial crisis in 2008, the trade war in 2018, and even in the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, we employ wavelet analysis which address the issue effectively, and that's we may we are luck because we can cover them. So yes. For the second question is about the population. Yeah, in my opinion, the young population age from 15 to 65 plays a crucial role in the digital age. So especially in the developing countries like Vietnam. So for example, highly qualified individual can become a workforce driving digital transformation. And the third question is, I think it's a good question about how not only digitalization has we should invest more in digitalization, and we can also invest more in another factor like the GDP or the broad money, but in the present we don't we still have some mistake to not research for them in this problem. So I will take your question and do some further research on the future in the future. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Sorry, I would be to be another Evo again. So actually, what is service trade? What is service trade? I try to search the term, but actually there's no term about service trade. You mean this is kind of trade in service? It's more precisely terminologies.
Yeah.
Right? That's it, like kind of activities for trading with service activities, right? So I'm quite confusing for trade in service, more precisely words for your topic. Another one is
someone who I heard from your answer, which you
clearly, and then Tuấn also agree. However, he also expressed wondering a little bit about your answering. However, congratulations, Thùy Linh. And any question? Any question for the topic? Digital transform, retail industry in Vietnam. Any question? And yeah, you finished already. And once again, congratulations, Nguyễn Thị Thùy Linh from University of Finance and Business Administration. And finally, I warm welcome Dr. Trương Thành Công. And Dr. Công also present the topic, namely artificial intelligence literacies in the digital area. And usually remember 50 minutes. Dr. Công.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's presentation on artificial intelligence literacy in the digital era. My name is Trương Thành Công, and I am from the University of Finance and Marketing. Today, we will explore how people understand and use AI in our modern digital world. Our presentation will cover 5 main parts. First, the introduction. Second, our research methodology. And next, what we found. Follow it what it means. And finally, the conclusions and implications. This chapter will help us to understand how AI literacy has developed and where it's going. So now, let me start with a brief overview of AI literacy. Just like we need to read and write to succeed in life, today we need to understand AI. Generally speaking, AI literacy involves understanding, using, evaluating, and also addressing ethical issues related to AI technology. So our main goal were to understand how AI literacy research has changed over time and to identify the main trend and themes. So that our research will look at how this field has grown from 1983 until now. And we will analyze from 5 major academic databases. So in our research, we combine science mapping analysis and thematic analysis to study AI literacy. The study was conducted on 5 academic databases up to August 2024. It looked in Web of Science, Scopus, Science.org, IEEE Explorer, and PubMed. Design some special software tools. For example, Python for analyzing data, Excel for organizing information, and BiblioScience for understanding research connection. Think of this like using different tools to build a complete picture. Each tool helps us to see something different about AI literacy. Now, let's look at what we found. So you can see in this graph, we can see two clearly periods. The first period, what we call it is the initial period. In that period, we can see a very few publications, only 1 to 5 paper per year, and it grows with a slow and steady growth. And the second period, we say that we call that the explosion period from 2015 until now. We can see a dramatic increase from over 50 paper from 2019 to over 300 paper in 2023, and especially over 8 months from the 24, we see over 400 paper until now. And this sharp increase shows how important AI literacy had become in recent years. Next, looking at which country contribute more to AI literacy research, we can see the country contribute the most is the USA with over 400 paper, and second is the China with over 200 paper. After that was Germany, the United Kingdom, and Canada. But in this figure, we can see some interesting bonds. Some countries like France and Norway, despite having fewer paper, receive many citations. This means their research had high impact. Now, let's move to the workload. And we can see some prominent topics from the workload. As you can see in the central topic, we can see the bigger machine learning. It appears the largest because it's the foundation of the modern AI. Deep learning shows us frequently as it becomes more important. And besides, we can see ChatGPT and large language model is also a growing trend of the today research. Besides that, we can see some of the other terms. For example, educational term, example, AI education, or ethical consideration. And on a bit so that we can see that it shows the interesting of the researcher in all over the world with the AI literacy. After analyzing on the research, we found 5 main themes that keep appearing. These themes help us understand the different aspects of AI literacy that are most important for society. And you can look at in the screen. The first theme is basic AI literacy. It means you must understand what AI is and isn't, how AI makes decisions, and some of the basic AI concepts. And in skill of the AI and the critical thinking skill, including judging AI reliability. The next theme is focused about how business use AI. It including in the strategy, for example, implementation. And for the training, for example, the business must train the worker to work with the AI, and so on. And the third theme covers the technical needs. You know that AI requires a lot of resources. For example, the data storage, the communication, and so we need consider a lot more about technical resource for the AI. And the next theme, we consider about the education. So we see that AI is very important, but what we need to do now in education? So we need to edu the young people and also the edu for know and work with the AI in the next future. And finally, the final theme. The final theme implies that AI literacy isn't just about the technical knowledge. It's about understand how AI affects every part of our life. And now, we will move on to the next, what this finding means. So, our research showed us AI literacy is growing faster than ever, from just 5 people in 2014 to over 400 people in the month of 2024. The United States and China lead this research, but there is a risk that some countries may fall behind. This is how we need international cooperation in AI education. Second, schools and companies face two urgent challenges. The education system must update quickly. In that, teachers need new skills. Students need practical AI training. The business must prepare. Workers need regular training. And the company need clearly AI strategy. And our finding highlight two more critical points. The first, ethics is crucial. We need clear rules for AI use. Privacy protection is important, and the fair use of AI must be guaranteed. And also, the infrastructure must improve. The better technical system needs more training. We need more better technical system, and we need more training, and eventually we need more storage, and the piece of the internet must enough to for the AI. Finally, our research showed that different groups need to do about AI. Schools must start teaching AI basics in online, just like they teach math or science. Teachers need training so they can explain well to students. Companies need to help their workers learn about AI through regular training sessions. They also need clear plans for using AI in their work. And the government should make rules about how AI should be used safely, like traffic rules. They should also help schools teach AI by providing the buckets and the learning materials. Everyone needs to learn the basics of the AI, like how we learn to use the computer and the phones. And people should also keep up with AI news and trends, as AI is becoming part of our daily lives. So that's all of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Dr. Trương Thành Công with maybe a very interesting topic regarding to AI. And may I some comment to your topic? Very interesting about your methodology. If whether just methodology, however useful, but using bibliometric, Dr. Kong also recognized the trend of the AI and other regarding to AI. And however, whether you also find out a lot of results from the bibliometric and recognize the trends of AI in the near future and suggest some the future research and so on. However, if you combine the systematic review, or also, I'm wondering about your topic, AI layer roles at antecedent or outcome or moderator as well as mediator in this topic. I need you explain more clearly about this one. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. So let me explain some of the points of my research methodology first, and next we will discuss more about the outcome. So as I say in the presentation and in the paper, My research, the metric and thematic analysis. In that, the first phase, I use the bibliometrics to conduct the trend, the keyword, and for example, the workflow on the screen. But in the next phase, we use some of the computer software program. For example, I use the LDA algorithm in the Python. So that I use the LDA algorithm to analyze over the abstract of over 1,200 papers. So why that? Why I use that method? Because I use that method to the outcome of the program will provide us some of the prominent topics. It's like we will find the pattern. We will find the pattern in the data. It will list up the, for example, it will list up 50 or 70 list of topics. Next, our research team will look at the result of the LDA algorithm. And next, we will look at these topics slowly. And we will put similar one together, like sorting grocery into different parts. And next, we will check what other research had found before us. It means that we will recheck again what this topic were researched before. And then we will have many team discussions to make sure that we were zooming to the conclusion. So that is the research method of our team. Yes. So next, after that, we will form up the initial topic, and then we will form. And after we had the team, it's not finished. We will have many discussions, and we will have you the kappa coefficient to measure the agreement of the member of the team. So for example, I like the topics. The first researcher will have will list over 10 topics. The second researcher over 20 topics. But what is the end between the two researchers? Yes. So that is our research methodology. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Would like to listen to your opinion about it.
Yeah.
About your statistics about the publication in recent years. It's a very positive to say that there are many publications. However, we can say that most of the publication in the developed countries such as US or in Europe.
Yeah.
So how do you think about the literacy or the understanding about AI, how the differences between the developed country and other developing countries like Vietnam? And in your conclusion, should we have another step for the developing countries such as Vietnam or other to have the basic understanding about AI? Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much for your question. So this is a very interesting question. I have conducted the research about the AI literacy, but I can see that there are notable gaps between the developed country and the developing country. For example, I can say that over 95% of the publication is from the developed country. And especially in Vietnam, the research about AI literacy is very, very few. So that's my next step. I have conducted a research project to research about that's very interesting topic, AI literacy in Vietnam. So you are from the business, right? So I hope that you can attend when maybe I will send you some survey. So that's what the business needs for the next generation worker. So that is my next step, and I can answer for you that in the developing country, it's very few public in the may I say in the high impact academics.
A lot of opportunity for you and your team to conduct your in the near future. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Trương Thành Công, because the time is over. Okay, and by the way, thank you, Dr. Trương Thành Công. And this once again, this morning we covering 4 items and 4 presenter. About 4 topics mentionable, and I think that we will cover everything. And the question, and crossing the question, and answering the question, and maybe offer more detailed information, explanation clearly. I think that's, and thank you for your contribution. We wish a happy and success to you all, and see you in the next conference, SUFM. Thank you again.
See you. Thank you.
Create the confirmation bias in our cognition, and they may be violate the cognitive liberty. Maybe that's as we can see the potential of AI from the opening speech, that AI business use AI to predict the customer decision. So does it decide instead of us? So that kind of the information, that kind of the decision can be seen as a new kind of the manipulation. That the Lenka he used the digital manipulation. Very interesting one, and very interesting research paper for it. So that's it. That's my answer. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much your presentation. And big congrats on up for group research to complete your research sharing in these sessions. And I good luck for on up for paper, the best papers. And thank you everyone to enter the international conference, the 4 BDP at the University of Finance. And see you again the next years with the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for your attention. And we'll have arranged refreshments in the room opposite our room. So please enjoy your tea break, and then we will be back after the break time. Thank you.
The University of Finance, Marketing UFM, a public higher education institution under the Ministry of Finance, is strongly asserting its brand and becoming one of the top universities in the field of economics in Ho Chi Minh City, as well as across the country and the region. Following the strategic plan set by the university, its continuous efforts to enhance teaching and learning quality, along with a focus on updating, developing, and providing the best academic programs for students, are key elements that contribute to UFM's brand. With nearly 50 years of tradition in formation and development, the University of Finance, Marketing has made significant progress, establishing its position in economic education and providing high-quality human resources across 15 undergraduate fields for master's programs and to doctoral programs. All training programs are designed to meet the output standards in accordance with the regulations of the Vietnam National Qualifications Framework. These advanced, internationally oriented programs are delivered under optimal conditions to ensure and enhance the quality of graduates, making them well adapted to or well prepared to excel in the global workforce. As of today, 100% of UFM's undergraduate and master's programs have been accredited for quality under the Ministry of Education and Training's Circular No. 04. UFM is actively pursuing further excellence, aiming to achieve the prestigious AAC-SB International Accreditation by 2026. One of UFM's key initiatives has been expanding credit transfer partnerships with prestigious universities worldwide, which have yielded considerable success. The university has established collaborations with renowned institutions such as Concord University USA, University of the West of England UK, Rennes School of Business France, Thomson Rivers University Canada, Victoria University Australia, Beijing Foreign Studies University China, and Help University Malaysia, creating a network that broadens UFM students' educational horizons. In addition, the university has signed training cooperation agreements with reputable and strong institutions such as the Banking Academy, Ho Chi Minh City University of Banking, Saigon University, and Ho Chi Minh City University of Law. Notably, the University of Finance, Marketing has transferred its undergraduate training program to the University of Finance, Accounting, gradually preparing to effectively implement the important policy of the Ministry of Finance regarding the restructuring of affiliated universities. These cooperation programs and credit recognition initiatives have initially been successfully implemented, as evidenced by positive evaluations and the satisfaction of students participating in exchange programs. This demonstrates that the program not only opens up diverse learning opportunities for UFM students, helping them confidently enter the job market, but also affirms the university's position in enhancing collaboration and improving the quality of education. In addition to theoretical classes, UFM students also have the opportunity to experience practical work in the community through hands-on activities. This is one of the standout initiatives that provides significant value to students while they are still in university. Students are able to observe and actively participate in professional tasks, which helps them grasp and deepen their understanding of the knowledge they have learned in real-world applications. This practical experience not only enhances the quality of the university's training, but also connects job market demands with high-quality human resources to support businesses. Dedicated to cultivating well-rounded graduates, UFM frequently hosts seminars and career-oriented workshops that equip students with essential soft skills, including interviewing, resume writing, personal branding, and critical thinking. Alongside the training programs, the University of Finance, Marketing also focuses on investing in its facilities. The campus is equipped with fully functional lecture halls, classrooms, computer labs, teaching equipment, and resources. There is a healthcare unit for student health care, a psychological counseling department for students, and a newly constructed modern library that ranks among the best in Vietnamese universities, designed to meet the highest study and research needs of students and faculty. Guided by the motto creativity, distinction, efficiency, sustainability, UFM is committed to producing high-quality graduates who will drive sustainable growth in the economy. This vision not only fuels UFM's long-term development, but also reflects its dedication to fostering intellectual growth for future generations and creating a premier environment for academic achievement and research. Following the strategic roadmap approved by the University Council and under the guidance of the Party Committee and Board of Directors, UFM is steadfast in building a stable political climate among its staff and faculty, restructuring leadership, and advancing its academic offerings. The university is committed to fostering innovation in management, pedagogy, and assessment, expanding research and entrepreneurship initiatives, broadening international partnerships, and strengthening faculty and management capabilities. In addition to its academic mission, UFM's union is devoted to supporting faculty and staff, fostering a collaborative and nurturing work environment. The Youth Union plays a key role in organizing extracurricular activities, creating opportunities for students to develop professionally and personally. UFM students, known for their dynamic and creative energy and outstanding participants in national and international competitions, highly regarded by employers, is a clear testament to the positive changes at the University of Finance Marketing. UFM's leadership remains united in its mission to advance educational excellence, enhance its leadership capabilities, and fulfill its goals for 2024. As well as the strategic objectives of the 2020 to 2025 Party Congress. Together, UFM's staff, faculty, and students are driven by a profound patriotism, a commitment to national growth, and a spirit of solidarity. They are ready to accompany Vietnam on its path to prosperity, proudly contributing to the nation's progress and advancement in this new era. The University of Finance Marketing UFM, a public higher education institution under the Ministry of Finance, is strongly asserting its brand and becoming one of the top universities in the field of economics in Ho Chi Minh City, as well as across the country and the region. Following the strategic plan set by the university, its continuous efforts to enhance teaching and learning quality, along with a focus on updating, developing, and providing the best academic programs for students, are key elements that contribute to UFM's brand. With nearly 50 years of tradition in formation and development, the University of Finance Marketing has made significant progress, establishing its position in economic education and providing high-quality human resources across 15 undergraduate fields for master's programs and to doctoral programs. All training programs are designed to meet the output standards in accordance with the regulations of the Vietnam National Qualifications Framework. These advanced, internationally oriented programs are delivered under optimal conditions to ensure and enhance the quality of graduates, making them well adapted to or well prepared to excel in the global workforce. As of today, 100% of UFM's undergraduate and master's programs have been accredited for quality under the Ministry of Education and Training's Circular No. 04. UFM is actively pursuing further excellence, aiming to achieve the prestigious AAC-SB International Accreditation by 2026. One of UFM's key initiatives has been expanding credit transfer partnerships with prestigious universities worldwide, which have yielded considerable success. The university has established collaborations with renowned institutions such as Concord University USA, University of the West of England UK, Rennes School of Business France, Thomson Rivers University Canada, Victoria University Australia, Beijing Foreign Studies University China, and Help University Malaysia, creating a network that broadens UFM students' educational horizons. In addition, the university has signed training cooperation agreements with reputable and strong institutions such as the Banking Academy, Ho Chi Minh City University of Banking, Saigon University, and Ho Chi Minh City University of Law. Notably, the University of Finance, Marketing has transferred its undergraduate training program to the University of Finance, Accounting, gradually preparing to effectively implement the important policy of the Ministry of Finance regarding the restructuring of affiliated universities. These cooperation programs and credit recognition initiatives have initially been successfully implemented, as evidenced by positive evaluations and the satisfaction of students participating in exchange programs. This demonstrates that the program not only opens up diverse learning opportunities for UFM students, helping them confidently enter the job market, but also affirms the university's position in enhancing collaboration and improving the quality of education. In addition to theoretical classes, UFM students also have the opportunity to experience practical work in the community through hands-on activities. This is one of the standout initiatives that provide significant value to students while they are still in university. Students are able to observe and actively participate in professional tasks, which helps them grasp and deepen their understanding of the knowledge they have learned in real-world applications. This practical experience not only enhances the quality of the university's training, but also connects job market demands with high-quality human resources to support businesses. Dedicated to cultivating well-rounded graduates, UFM frequently hosts seminars and career-oriented workshops that equip students with essential soft skills, including interviewing, resume writing, personal branding, and critical thinking. Alongside the training programs, the University of Finance, Marketing also focuses on investing in its facilities. The campus is equipped with fully functional lecture halls, classrooms, computer labs, teaching equipment, and resources. There is a healthcare unit for student health care, a psychological counseling department for students, and a newly constructed modern library that ranks among the best in Vietnamese universities, designed to meet the highest study and research needs of students and faculty. Guided by the motto creativity, distinction, efficiency, sustainability, UFM is committed to producing high-quality graduates who will drive sustainable growth in the economy. This vision not only fuels UFM's long-term development, but also reflects its dedication to fostering intellectual growth for future generations and creating a premier environment for academic achievement and research. Following the strategic roadmap approved by the University Council and under the guidance of the Party Committee and Board of Directors, UFM is steadfast in building a stable political climate among its staff and faculty, restructuring leadership, and advancing its academic offerings. The university is committed to fostering innovation in management, pedagogy, and assessment, expanding research and entrepreneurship initiatives, broadening international partnerships, and strengthening faculty and management capabilities. In addition to its academic mission, UFM's union is devoted to supporting faculty and staff, fostering a collaborative and nurturing work environment. The Youth Union plays a key role in organizing extracurricular activities, creating opportunities for students to develop professionally and personally. UFM students, known for their dynamic and creative energy and outstanding participants in national and international competitions, highly regarded by employers, is a clear testament to the positive changes at the University of Finance, Marketing. UFM's leadership remains united in its mission to advance educational excellence, enhance its leadership capabilities, and fulfill its goals for 2024. As well as the strategic objectives of the 2020 to 2025 Party Congress. Together, UFM staff, faculty, and students are driven by a profound patriotism, a commitment to national growth, and a spirit of solidarity. They are ready to accompany Vietnam on its path to prosperity, proudly contributing to the nation's progress and advancement in this new era. The University of Finance, Marketing UFM, a public higher education institution under the Ministry of Finance, is strongly asserting its brand and becoming one of the top universities in the field of economics in Ho Chi Minh City, as well as across the country and the region. Following the strategic plan set by the university, its continuous efforts to enhance teaching and learning quality, along with a focus on updating, developing, and providing the best academic programs for students are key elements that contribute to UFM's brand. With nearly 50 years of tradition in formation and development, the University of Finance, Marketing has made significant progress, establishing its position in economic education and providing high-quality human resources across 15 undergraduate fields for master's programs and to doctoral programs. All training programs are designed to meet the output standards in accordance with the regulations of the Vietnam National Qualifications Framework. These advanced, internationally oriented programs are delivered under optimal conditions to ensure and enhance the quality of graduates, making them well adapted to or well prepared to excel in the global workforce. As of today, 100% of UFM's undergraduate and master's programs have been accredited for quality under the Ministry of Education and Training's Circular No. 04. UFM is actively pursuing further excellence, aiming to achieve the prestigious AAC-SB International Accreditation by 2026. One of UFM's key initiatives has been expanding credit transfer partnerships with prestigious universities worldwide, which have yielded considerable success. The university has established collaborations with renowned institutions such as Concord University USA, University of the West of England UK, Rennes School of Business France, Thomson Rivers University Canada, Victoria University Australia, Beijing Foreign Studies University China, and Help University Malaysia, creating a network that broadens UFM students' educational horizons. In addition, the university has signed training cooperation agreements with reputable and strong institutions such as the Banking Academy, Ho Chi Minh City University of Banking, Saigon University, and Ho Chi Minh City University of Law. Notably, the University of Finance, Marketing has transferred its undergraduate training program to the University of Finance, Accounting, gradually preparing to effectively implement the important policy of the Ministry of Finance regarding the restructuring of affiliated universities. These cooperation programs and credit recognition initiatives have initially been successfully implemented, as evidenced by positive evaluations and the satisfaction of students participating in exchange.
The next presentation, we would like to introduce Assistant Professor Huỳnh Lưu Đức Toàn to present a research on the topics of markets, regulation, and digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, dear own professors, and dear own researchers. So it's my pleasure always and always come back home. Of course, I love Vietnam, and that's the reason why even now I'm a full-time job in Queen Mary, University of London. Then I'm still here to present let's say, the whole literatures related to market regulations and digital economies. So my talk today would last 30 minutes. I would not to make it longer. If I have maybe longer time, feel free to interrupt me anytime. Then I would like to stop anytime. My talk today consists of two main parts. The first one is markets, regulation, and digital business platform. And based on that, I try to say a little bit about monopoly, online labor market, and also to summarize the whole literature related to cryptocurrency finance. That's the kind of the literature that developed in recently. So to start with, as I'm economist, I'm applied economist. So that's the reason why I care about the markets, regulation, as well as how online digital platform, they can change the whole labor outcome and whole literatures. So I will start with, okay, the platform business challenges. As we know, platform business challenges, they have a lot of challenge for competitors. What does it mean like challenge competitors? For example, if we might know about Uber nowadays, Uber left Vietnam already. And after that, we also have Grab, we also have Gojek, and now we also have Sun SM, right? Then these, let's say the platform, they challenge, let's say the only traditional taxis, they also challenge, let's say the other taxi driver, they also challenge another type of people we can also go stay home, right? They also scale up a lot. They invest a lot of money. Then that's the problem that they challenge the traditional model. The second one, when we talk about complementers, then they also challenge about license fees. That's a very typical case that we talk about the fighting between Apple and Epic. I'm not sure if you know about the case Apple and Epic. Everyone, if you use iPhone, then you might install the app that we call App Store, right? In the App Store, that we have one Epic Games. Epic is just the app on App Store. Then after that, Apple charge 30% for the service fee for the Epic. And after that, Epic is unhappy. Epic said, no, you cannot charge me 30%. If you want to charge me 30%, the other customer, they can log into another platform and they can play the game not only on Apple. Then they have the conflict with each other. They bring each other to the court. Then have the legal consequences later on that. We also see about the employees complementers, that labor regulation. On the screen, you also see that a lot of, let's say, the taxi driver, they had the ballot. They have a lot of protests because of the existence of Uber in the market. Then they challenge the market. When a lot of, let's say, local, national government, a lot of shop, they close. Why? Because of the online shopping, very popular nowadays. I mean, the majority of Vietnamese people usually use like Shopee. We don't need to go to the mall anymore. So if you just pass by Diamond Plaza, that's kind of the symbol of Ho Chi Minh City for many years. Then now, not many people go to Diamond Plaza, not many people go to Vincom, right? Then everyone now just buy something, you just surf on Shopee, and that's the kind of the platform businesses they challenge a lot of currently. So that's the reason why we need to have the competition policy. Competition policies want to make the market to be fairly and also equally. If in the competition environment, the firms have the motivation to innovate their products. The firm have motivation to differentiate themselves with the other competitor. And the firm want to value customer, and the firm want to produce the products and services efficiently. That's the reason why the firms want to improve the products. Whereas if one market that we call catalyzation, in the catalyzation, they only allows firms to achieve at highest profit as much as possible. They want to reduce the risk. They don't care about the customer at all. And they produce the inefficiently. That's the reason why, let's say, in catalyzation, they only seek monopoly rent. That's the reason why in Europe, especially I'm I have some experience in Europe that I studied in Germany before, and now I live in the UK. So I know that they want to implement the competition policies, or another ways that they call antitrust policy. These policies try to protect the customer from the inequality created from business platform, and also they want to encourage the competition. They want to be fair competition between the digital platform and traditional platform. That's the idea they want to say. So why we care about competition policies? So if you see that we based on the assumption that the decreasing demand and the constant marginal cost, if we have, let's say, perfect, and the whole benefit that the customer they can achieve, that's from A, B, and C, that's the entire triangle that you can see here. Then the company has no profit on that, then all the profits that come to the customer. Whereas if we have monopoly, or if we have a cartel, then the monopolies, they earn the monopoly profit. And the customer, they just have the smaller blue triangle. Whereas the entire economies, they lost, the debt way lost. In Vietnamese, we call mất không, that's it for lost nothing. Then that's the point that we want to promote, let's say, competition between digitalized and also traditional one fairly. Imagine, what if, that's the reason why when you travel, I'm not sure, in the airport, you just arrive to the Tân Sơn Nhất airport. And what if now you see that it's really, really difficult for traditional taxis, they can compete with Grab. Why? Because Grab and the other online digital platform, they seem to become the capitalization, and they can also become the monopoly already. Then that's create the problem that we need the airport, Tân Sơn Nhất airport, to implement, let's say, the fair competition between traditional taxis and also online taxis for increased, let's say, customer payoff here. So in the book that we talk about move fast and break things, that's the term slogan of Facebook. You know, Facebook, they implement a lot of things. For example, they just want to have as many as customers. Then that reason why, for example, Uber, they pay for the Uber taxi lower wage. They don't pay any, let's say, security pension. They don't pay any, let's say, for supporting for unemployment tax rate for Uber taxi. Imagine about how about the other shipper. I mean, in Vietnamese, we call a lot of shipper go around to deliver product to us, right? Is the taxi driver, is this shipper, they benefit from, let's say, from pension? Nope. Pension, what does it mean, pension? Is it lương hưu? No pension, no security tax, nothing. That's the reason why we need to think about that. A lot of things, for example, many parcel delivery companies. For example, in the UK, we have Hermes, but in Vietnam, we have Shopee, a lot of Shopee shipper. They have nothing. They have no holiday back tax. They have no tax. They have no benefit, no social benefit. And that's the problem of online platform that we need to think. And for example, Amazon working condition is paid really, really bad for these employees. That we need to think about that. Who pay tax? No, who pay tax? Taxi driver no pay tax on online platform. Taxi shipper has no pay tax because their income has no taxpayers on. So for example, in Amazon, they avoid paying tax in many states from year to year. They claim that they have the negative profit. And if they have the negative profit, they don't need to pay tax. A lot of business rate in the UK, they create a problem in high street store, no pay tax at all. GAFA, what does it mean, GAFA? That's the Google, Facebook, and also Amazon. These big four, also these companies, they exploit the tax transferring price, and they don't pay tax to the government as well. So this company pays zero money for tax for many years. So let's say from the employee's perspective, they benefit nothing. Let's say from the government perspective, they benefit from nothing from tax as well. So that's the problem, that we need the authority from the government to control the online business platform for that. So large corporation based very clever, very smart tax planning. So that's the reason why we need to think about that. So on the slide, I'm not sure if you know, I want to show you something about that. Okay, let's say I might show that you know this guy, right? He's Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla. And who next to him? This is the CEO of Volkswagen. And do you see the car behind that? Let's see Volkswagen car as well. Volkswagen starting producing electronic vehicle. That means they try to produce electronic car, as he's saying, okay? Then Volkswagen need to have the Tesla support. For what? Because Volkswagen, they need to use the Tesla charging station. Then, do they share the charging station to each other? Yes, they share the charging station. That's the reason why Tesla, they want to have more supplier. Why they need to have more supplier? We thought Tesla and Volkswagen, they should be competitor, right? They should be compete with each other, right? No, actually they are collaborator. They share the charging station. They share technologies for what? To have more supplier. When they have more supplier, then they have more customer to use electronic car. That's the system in American and also in Europe they work. But look in Vietnam now. In Vietnam now we have Sun SM. That's a kind of electronic car, electronic motorbike. They join the market, right? Then when Sun SM joined that market, then Gojek left. Gojek come back to Indonesia. They don't exist in Vietnamese market anymore. So basically, if you believe that, maybe you need to watch out whether, let's say, one day Sun SM, when they become monopoly, when they become to capitalization, then they charge a higher price. Now Sun SM, when they just joined the market, they charge quite relatively lower than the other competitor Grab and Gojek. But when they become, let's say, the monopoly, then they can charge a lot. Does Sun SM share the charging station to the other company? No. Does Sun SM want to collaborate, let's say VinFast and Vin companies? Does Vin want to collaborate with any companies, with any, let's say, foreign companies to join in Vietnam? Perhaps no. They want to exclusively to have charging station, especially in Vin, let's say in Vincom, in the other Vinmart, in the other, let's say the other places for only Vin customer user. That's the reason why we seem to be exclusive rather than we be inclusive to the whole system at the moment. Although Vietnam also claims that we have digital economy markets growing a lot, but I want to say a little bit about that. Why? Because if we don't regulate it carefully, one day we can create inequality in the whole Vietnam in the future that we might unknow what we are doing now. Now I want to talk a little bit about network effects. So what does it mean like network effects? I believe that when VinFast, right? VinFast or Vin company, if they collaborate with the other company, they join to Vietnam market. For example, Honda. We know that Honda also start producing electronic car. If Vin also support on that, then we are benefit from that network. Why? Take a look here. If we only have one customer, that we only have one dot. And if we have two customers, then that's a kind of the interaction between the customer each other. If Vin have the second customer, then they have two relationships. If Vin have three customers, that they have three relationships, and from time to time, they can have more and more relationships that they interacted in that network. So what I want to say from that slide, I want to say that one day, if Vin is open to collaborate with the other, let's say foreign companies, for example, Honda, to share the resources, to share the charging station, to not become the monopoly in electronic vehicle or based on what they are having, then the customer, they can benefit from that network effects from that, okay? Now I want to show a little bit about how the labor market in the world there works with digitalization and contract labor market. So in labor, what does it mean like online labor market? If this website exists online, that for example you have Upwork, I'm not sure if anyone from IT background, if you are from IT background, if you need someone else coding for you, then you just go to Upwork, or you might go to Fiverr, or you might go to Remote Task. This platform helps you to hiring someone else can doing very fantastic data analysis. They can do coding for you, they can do everything for you, and you pay them, let's say, the minimum wage for that. That's what we call that. You have offline contract work, they don't need to go to your place to see your data to do analysis. They can do online, then they have the feature long distance, and this platform online, they produce small informational friction. That's like reduce the friction between the customer. And this market is really popular. But what do we learn from that market? Okay, the first one, that this is the beneficials from online market. And this is kind of the other side of the market. This is the labor supply and also the demands of contract labor. So labor supply, who are the labor supplies? If you have IT background, if you know a little bit coding, if you know a little bit, let's say, Stata skill, or Stata, Python or something, you easily join that market. That's it, that you have expand opportunity. You have the skill, and you just listed yourself on that, and someone else paid you money, and you just do for them. That's it, kind of, you have flexibility, freedom, and you also increase the female participation. I learned that a lot of female, they have a very good IT background, but they have to take care of their kids. They have to take care of their children. They cannot go to work. They just stay at home. And when they stay at home, they can do the job. For example, they can do the online job. They can coding and they earn money. They don't need to go to work. They can stay at home and they earn money. Then they can have potential high earning. For that, that's it from the labor supply. Unfortunately, that platform, they also have uncertainty and risk. What does it mean, uncertainty and risk? You don't have security pension. You don't have, let's say, contribute to security tax. If you are unemployment, nobody supports you. You have no reserve. You have no backup plan. And that's the problem of uncertainty and risk. From that side, that's the demand for contact labor. Nowadays, a lot of companies, they don't need to post the job recruitment on, let's say, chợ tốt or any, let's say, to recruit. Imagine you need to recruit someone else for work for you a task. There can be a long process to process in the companies, from posting the job, application screening, after application screening, interview, and you need to pay for them. But now you don't need anything. You can reduce the cost, and the companies, they can access to the diverse talents. They can see any talented people in the pool of candidates, and they easily pay for these people, and they can beneficials for the small ventures. Unfortunately, they might mismatch between the information between the employer and also employees. Then how they can verify whether that person is reliable or unreliable is really difficult. And how we can do the comparative difficulties, that's the one problem. So, who work in the digital labor market? Who work on that market? Imagine, you can see that Vietnam is this here, right? Then, but I would not choose the case of Vietnam. I choose another case. I choose Spain. Spain is developed country, whereas Ukraine is developing country. Ukraine and Spain, they have the same population size, right? Let's say Ukraine about 45 millions, Spain is 47 millions, quite similar. But when you see they have a similar population, but the numbers of people in Ukraine engaged in that market significantly higher than the people from Spain. That means Ukrainian people, they need to join online labor market to earn money rather than Spain people. Another case that, for example, China, for example, this country, they have less people engaged on that market, whereas the rest of India, United States, Bangladesh, or Pakistan, they have significantly higher proportion of people who joins that online market. Then that's what you want to see from here. But how about the wage? How about the salary? Think about the salary. China, own the company join that market, own people, own employees join that market. They receive the salary higher than national salary, national basic salary. So that's except for Australia. Australia seems to be close to, you can see the diagonal, right? The diagonal, đường chéo, the diagonal here. And Australia near to diagonals. That means the salary on online markets seem to be close with the national basic salary. Whereas the higher distance, that means on online market payment, they pay to employees more than the national basis salary. So for example, you can see China, they pay higher than salary, and also on Vietnam, they pay higher than salary. Then that's a kind of a lot of IT, a lot of coder, a lot of IT guys in Vietnam, they don't need to go to work. They just stay at home, they join this platform, and they find a task, they find a job, and they work for that, and they pay for them a huge amount of money to compare with the living cost in Vietnam. So I want to start the first section by thinking about the implications for the future research. So maybe in the future research, what Vietnam learned from the literatures and what the research can explain about digital online platform. The literatures might be interesting in digital business platform when they can create any income inequality and they can create any monopoly in the future or not. For example, in Vietnam, do we have income inequality? Yes. In Vietnam, do we might suffer from monopoly? Perhaps yes, if one day, let's say, Vin become a large corporation, no foreign companies join us, no foreign company can benefit from, let's say, from the platform, then we are the customer and we suffer from that. Maybe you can think about skill and knowledge, those who join that market. Why do people use digital platform? Based on my previous research that I showed that people, young people, the people who have high adaptability with technologies that use that platform. How about regulations? A shock to the market. We need to know the, let's say, your customer, what is the role of financial intermediaries? Now, I just have a short chat with Mr. Vice Rector, and he just mentioned that nowadays anyone go to traditional bank, whereas they can do everything online, and the bank, they want to cut costs by reduce a lot of employees. So what the roles of financial intermediaries? They need to verify the customer and identity. A lot of problem in Vietnam that we didn't understand about the scammer. Who are the scammer? I'm not sure if you face any problem with financial fraud. Scammer, they send a messages to you and they ask you to, let's say, to send the amount of money or not. Then that's a lot of things we need to explain from here. And there's a lot of bank and financial institution infrastructure. So just a couple months ago, when bank requested identity uploading, everyone must to take a photo of our face, need to take our biometrics and send to the bank. What if the bank does not have infrastructure enough? They need to have a huge database system to archive, to save all the Vietnamese people information. What if this instructor leak our information to the third party? How about, let's say, the data security? Do we feel safe when we share our information? Do we feel safe when we share our faces to the bank and the bank accidentally, I'd say accidentally, share the data to the third party? That we need to see about, let's say, the infrastructure for digitalization. That's the first part. How many minutes that I still have? Five more minutes, okay. Can you do that? Yeah, I think that the second part that I synthesize what I'm doing for over the last 5 years. When I started my PhD, I'm passionate with cryptocurrency, and I do a numerous research about cryptocurrency, especially Bitcoin and the other things, and I would like to summarize the whole literature about that. So, the first one is we can see that there's a high spillover between cryptocurrency and the other investment. So that means the investor, they jointly invest from cryptocurrency and also the other investment. Cryptocurrency, they have the high probability with stock crash. What does it mean crash? Crash means the whole market collapse, the whole market decline, and cryptocurrency, they have a high probability rather than the equity market. Why? Because in the equity market, we have the margin plus or minus 3% or 5% per day, whereas, let's say cryptocurrency, they can decrease unlimited and they can also increase unlimited. That's the reason why they have the high probability to crash. The second one is when you invest in, let's say, small cap, when you invest into, let's say, smaller coin, then you might earn higher profitability. Whereas you also got the higher risk. That's the small cap coin also got the problem. And we know that uncertainty happens with a lot of cryptocurrency return on that. The second literature that we also mentioned about cryptocurrency is sentiment. Investor sentiment, how do you feel? So we know that the fear and cryptocurrency, they co-movement with each other. If you feel fears and you need to find something to invest in. Now we're talking about gold price, right? Giá vàng, gold price, they're going up significantly. And also cryptocurrency can be, let's say, safe haven for, let's say, for investment. Or let's say Google search, they can also influence on cryptocurrency return. And the other influencer, they also influence on cryptocurrency market. I'm not sure if you know today, in the evening, that the United States, they will come into the final election to choose who is the next president in the USA. Donald Trump, whether Donald Trump or Kamala, they can become in the next president. I have one paper to explain that. When Donald Trump posts something on Twitter, immediately influence on the Bitcoin market. Or even Elon Musk, he also posts something on social media and they influence on, they also influence on the cryptocurrency market. That's in the literature that I'm doing research about that. Then another literature that I want to show is about stablecoin and the other market. The first one, I want to show the predicted power from gold and platinum. That's in one chapter in my doctoral thesis. So gold and platinum, that's the features. Why? People only buy gold for what? For treasury. You want to buy gold for treasury, for green for treasury, right? But you also buy gold for what? To save money, because you're afraid of inflation. That's the gold have two characteristics. The first characteristic is for treasury, to make you more beautiful. And the second characteristic of gold is to save values. Whereas platinum, you only buy platinum for treasury. You don't buy platinum to save values. That's the reason why when you have the gold price divide platinum price, and you cancel out the effect of treasury. You only exist the saving value characteristic. That's the characteristic that can predict the Bitcoin on return. And another one is Tether. I'm not sure if you know about Tether. Tether is like one coin that they issued by one company in the US. They promise one Tether equal one USD. And that's the reason why Tether, they can also predict the Bitcoin crash. For example, if you take a look here, that's a kind of the Tether. When you see the Tether, they jump. And immediately at that time, Bitcoin price also go down. So that's the reason why in my paper, I show that Tether, they can send a signal to the market that Bitcoin is going to be crushed very soon. So I will go to the last slide. That's the implication for future research. So if, as you are a researcher, you might interested in what the literatures you can do in the futures. You can, the literatures of cryptocurrency is extremely crowded and very, very quick. Everyone, when doing cryptocurrency, they do crazily, I don't know. Then that's the reason why nowadays the literatures for cryptocurrency is kind of saturated and kind of full. That's the reason why maybe you can touch in CBDC, that's the central bank digital currency, or you can take a look to stablecoin, or you can consider how about the cash system, how about, let's say, you can see the reverse management strategy for stablecoin, and also stablecoin for criminality. That's the one paper, or globally through stablecoin. There's one very nice paper. They said about what? They said about people use Bitcoin to buy what? They use Bitcoin to buy truck, to buy weapons, and to buy illegal things. And that's the future literature research about that. So I think I run out of time, and I should open the floor for questions and any discussions. And this is all the papers that I use for my talk, and I deliver that speech to the organizer, and I think that the organizer can distribute to the participant today. So thank you very much for your time and for listening to my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Professor Huỳnh Liêu Đức Toàn. Huỳnh Liêu Đức Toàn, Precision Market Regulation and Digital Economy cover 3 points: digital platform, online labor markets, and cryptocurrency. Digital utility platform has revolutionized the way we interact, trade, and consume. This platform has disrupted traditional industry and created new opportunity for business and consumer alike. However, the rapid growth of digital platform has also raised concern about market power, data privacy, and consumer protection. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Now we invite you to discuss and ask questions to the other. Please.
Very interesting topics for me, personally. So at first, I'm impressed that you spend a lot of time research on the cryptocurrency. I just wonder, and I want you to explain more about the. What I wonder and what I'm concerned is that cryptocurrency is it just a hype, or it's real in the future? It's just because that you also say that it's a good investment, just investment, and any real impact on the business, offline business. From my viewpoint, I see no. That's the first one. The second one is that for you mentioned about the CBDC. So should the government apply their own digital currency? For example, the Bank of Vietnam here. I have another question for the digital market. That, in fact, that we can see that the regulation, especially in Vietnam here, it looks like they 2 steps behind. They're always behind. So that may raise the inequality between the corporation, especially between the global corporation and domestic one. So what is your suggestion? That's it. Thank you very much.
Should I quickly answer? As I remember, there's 3 points. The first one is about cryptocurrency. Is it real or is it just a hype? Actually, nobody knows, to be honest. nobody knows what happened to cryptocurrency market. Because when the Bitcoin first exists, everyone afraid of Bitcoin. Even let's say when AI exists, everyone afraid of AI. Nobody can say about the futures. But what we can say at the moment, some US fund, they also invest in cryptocurrency as an official asset, as the official portfolio for the customer to choose. That's what we can say. I mean, that's the other country. Of course, in Vietnam, we have not authorized, we have not recognized. I mean, we means the authorities, we means the Central Bank of Vietnam has not recognized Bitcoin as any official payment system, or say maybe for investment, they didn't say anything, but that's it kind of in Vietnam. We still wait and see what's going on with crypto. But in America, some mutual fund, some hedge fund, they also invest in Bitcoin, that we can see the comparative analysis. In China, they didn't allow us to use Bitcoin or any cryptocurrency, and some country, they limited to use it. The second question I can answer is about related to central bank digital currency, whether Vietnam should adopt it or not. I think that Vietnam Central Bank of Vietnam, very, very smart to start doing research about central bank digital currency. But implementing central bank digital currency, they might challenge, let's say, the monetary system, monetary policy, and also fiscal policy a lot. They need to do research carefully about that. In the world, any country they implement CBDC, yes. El Salvador, they use the Bitcoin platform to use the central bank digital currency. Even in China, they adopt some province to use it, but not many. They just like kind of pilot study. Then that's it, I think that in the future. I mean, it's too early to say anything about Vietnam, but I do agree with the policies from the central bank that they're very smart and intelligent to doing research about central bank digital currency very early stage. And the last questions, you also mentioned about digital market. We seem to be left behind to the other European country and also America. I think that we are not left behind. We are on the same page with them. I mean, Europe and also America and also the other country, they are still struggling with the online market. They don't know because like they create inequality, not only for Europe, for American, also in Vietnam, we also have inequality for online digital platform. Every country have the problem. That's the reason why the literatures and the research from online digital market, they still ongoing and they want to solve the problem. Maybe next few years, one Nobel Prize, they can award for those who can solve that problem or that puzzle. I hope my answer can satisfy you partially.
Well, it's really great answer though, you know. No risk, no returns, right? And gotta buy some Bitcoin. Maybe in the future, 10 years from now, not about money, about something else.
Maybe today.
No,
before
today.
The election.
Yeah, maybe today. Thank you. See if any scientists and other experts have other questions, please raise your hand. We still have time, no worries.
Hello, Toàn. Thank you very much for your interesting talk. Also, anyway, in this slide, you could just tell me a little bit about decentralized finance. So, I mean, the climate finance, right? How do you think about the people design the cryptocurrencies for the achievement environmental quality? I think. Could you tell me? Could tell us a little about how the people design the cryptocurrency to achieve environmental quality, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't think cryptocurrency can address any environment issues directly. They can't address the environmental problem directly. They can solve indirectly. Why? Because if you want to build up any cryptocurrency or any digital platform, what do you need? You need data, you need infrastructure, you need, let's say, algorithms, you need also a lot of, let's say, system to build up. And this system, they consume a huge amount of electricity. They also emit a lot of carbon emissions. So that's the reason why some things for computing quantum, they need to put, let's say, the data center in some very cold places to avoid, let's say, the heat created to that. However, cryptocurrency and these blockchains, they can indirectly address an environmental problem. What does it mean, like indirectly? They can create any blockchain to connect, let's say, some green bond issuer and also investor. They can connect the people to implement, let's say, environmental issues. That's the reason why I believe that cryptocurrency, they only support the environmental problem in another way, not the direct way. Because in the direct way, we only saw the harmful aspect rather than the positive. But in the indirect way, they can provide platform, they can provide, let's say, the market, they can provide, let's say, the connection for people in terms of sustainable investment. That's what I believe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tong. He said that, we have left side and the right side. We talk about the profits, right? And you think the positive profits eventually to today. So let's see. Any other questions, please? We still have abundant of time. Okay, Mr. Minh again, right?
So, yeah. I'm really interested in his topic. So I just wonder that one of your slides have said that some company they invest or they develop in the digital. They try to move fast and breakthrough. Yes. So from the government side, that we have to say that there should be equal competition. So do you have, did you research on the topic or on the problem that is there any common between the traditional environment that the current regulation, maybe they stable, they can control it, and the uncertain one, the virtual world? Any similar that we can use at the common basics to make our regulation that can apply to regulate the uncertain? Hope my point is clear to you.
Okay, I got it, gotcha. To be honest, the policymaker seem to watch out what this big tech or what this company is doing. For example, nobody knows a day that Facebook selling our data information to the third party. And after this happened, the European Commissions, they try to prevent it. I want to emphasize that the whole regulations, even in European country, they seem to be behind these companies because these companies too smart. With their slogan, even Facebook, they say move fast and break things. That means they even accept to receive any penalties from the government as soon as they have the customer and they have the profit. That's the reason why it's challenged a lot for policymakers. They challenge a lot for government to watch out this kind of big tech as doing what they are doing. For example, I can tell one example. If you know about Apple Watch, when we wear the Apple Watch here, Apple Watch, they can measure our heartbeat and they can also measure our oxygen level. And they collect our data anonymously, automatically. We don't allow them to collect any information, right? Until the US say that you cannot collect the data from the customer who wear the Apple Watch because of oxygen, because of blood pressure, something so on. And do you know what Apple did? They just turn off this function. They tell to the policymaker that, okay, if you don't allow, I turn off that function. That's it. And they're still collecting that data outside the US, not the data from US. So basically, they don't need the US data, but they have the data from Vietnam, they have the data from the other countries. One example in Vietnam related to XQ, I'm not sure, X-ray, I'm not sure if you know about X-ray. Vin companies, they also sponsor the X-ray machine for a lot of hospitals. And based on that, what they want the data. Data from what? They want the data from X-ray, X-ray, X-ray from the customer for training on AI to support the doctor to have the medical treatment. Do we agree that our data, our X-ray result sent to them? Of course, maybe some people say yes, some people say no, but the data is still collected. That's the kind of, they challenge the policymaker to think how to make the proper policy, how to make the immediate policy to avoid it. Otherwise, in the past, when we have, let's say, conventional X-ray machine, you just take the X-ray and you need to wait at least 30 minutes to have the result. But now when you want to take the X-ray, just 1 or 2 minutes, they can print out the X-ray result immediately. But the cost is your data is revealed to another party and you didn't know about that.
Thank you, Mr. Tong. Actually, what I think is those companies, they never cares about the risk, So when you play digital platforms, the case and, the opportunity of disclosure is very, it's very clear. So we have to accept it. This way or the way, right? Anyway, I don't think we have any other questions. I'm going to say, like thumbs up right now. And if you have more questions, you can send email, send envelope or anything, to Mr. Tong and, maybe, text him or call him or something. He answer you back. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Associate Professor Tong. Okay, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference Business Based on Digital Platform organized by the University of Finance and Marketing, University of Finance Business Administration, and Ho Chi Minh City University of Banking has received over 150 articles, out of which 81 papers were selected to publish by the committee. And today we will announce the top 4 most outstanding articles selected. So congratulations to the following articles. Role of digital financial inclusion in the remittance growth nexus in Asian country by Mrs. Tô Thị Hồng Gắm and Mr. Trần Khánh Quỳnh.
Right. The negative impact of AI personalization on consumer behavior in social commerce by Mr. Trần Nhật Minh.
Impact of digital human resource management on organizational performance in Vietnam by Associate Professor Dr. Huỳnh Thị Thu Sương and Mr. Lục Hải Nam from the University of Finance and Marketing.
And digital transformation in the retail industry in Vietnam, opportunities and challenges by Ms. Nguyễn Thị Thùy Linh from University of Finance and Business Administration.
And we would like to welcome the authors of the 4 papers to come on stage.
And now we would like to invite to the stage Dr. Cao Tấn Huy, Vice Rector of UFM, to award Certificate of Excellence article to 4 groups of authors.
Thank you and congratulations authors. Once again, we would like to thank the authors who submitted paper to participate in today's conference and congratulations the authors on the best paper. We are now pleased to invite Dr. Cao Tấn Huy, Vice Rector of UFM, to give the closing remarks. Please welcome him.
Dear delegates and distinguished guests, dear scientists and experts, after more than 4 hours of work, we have listened to 10 presentations from speakers on topics such as models in digital transformation, market regulation and digital economy, challenges and advantages in digital platform-based business, the impact of AI on human behavior, application of technology in teaching, application of technology in business operations of enterprises, application of technology in business operation of commercial banks, and we have engaged in numerous discussions and posed questions to clarify issues related to business on digital platforms. It is evident that the seminar has attracted the interest of scientists, researchers, experts, and esteemed businesses. We believe that the content discussed at the seminar offers critical insights for the sustainability and the growth of organization, and ultimately for the nation advancement. Specifically, the seminar content has provided insights, directions, and synthesized experiences for research units to use technology effectively in business. Educational institutions are guided to develop training programs to equip students with skills to master technology and fulfill recruitment needs in the era of Industry 4.0. On behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely thank all delegates and scientists for your enthusiastic participation and contributions to the success of today's seminar. Once again, I wish all delegates, researchers, and scientists abundant health, happiness, and success. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, after nearly 5 hours, the international conference theme, Business Based on Digital Platforms, has provided us with a wealth of fascinating insights. Our delegates have actively engaged in a lively discussion to contribute value and practical ideas. With this, today's conference comes to an end.
And we would like to send the sincere thankfulness to all of the distinguished guests for being here with us today. Wish you all with luck, health, and happiness. Before we say our farewell, we would like to invite all of our distinguished guests to come on stage to take photos together. Please welcome.